You're now ready to start. So thank you. Welcome everybody to our study session. And
they're gonna flee. They're like, we're out. We cannot sign up for this.
This is the most exciting discussion we have because we talk about transportation, right? That's and, but I think we'll be starting with human sexuality. So go ahead, Adele.
Thank you, President Clement. We appreciate the opportunity to gather with you as a board and study some topics. We appreciate Dr. Mari Braithwaite being here and Jess Benson, who are going to take us through the statutory requirement to review our sex education instruction assurances. Appreciate Dr. Perkins and his work with the teaching and learning team and their preparation and efforts, and we'll turn the time over to you.
Yeah. Okay. Just that, and I'll go ahead and yes, thank you. All right. Once a year, we get to gather together and review the state office law and policy for sex education to make sure that we are in compliance with the Utah State Office of Education Assurances form. On that form, we have the assurances that our teachers are receiving adequate training from the state office and at the LEA level, along with the Human Sexuality Materials Review Committee as part of our policy. Here on the screen is our current committee. We have the fabulous Sarah Leeson, who is our director from the school board, along with Dr. Mari Braithwaite, myself as the content specialist of our Health and PE, along with three fantastic parents, Sissy Rasmussen, Sherry Hardman, Kara Edwards, a registered nurse, Wendy Watcott, and then two fantastic teachers, one from the high school and junior high level, Byron Tanner and Crispin Anderson. We meet once a year to review any materials that have been brought to us by our teachers to help supplement instruction in sex education. We meet as needed, mostly once a year, to review that and to make sure that the materials are properly vetted and approved, that they are connected to our state and district policy and course standards, to make sure that those are appropriate for the level and classroom that they will be reviewed in. The next slide is just the last time we met. We will meet again this May, but our last meeting was last May. May 19th at the PDC. The discussion was the approval of new supplemental videos that had been requested by a few junior high and high school health teachers. Those were the 5 videos that did make it through the review policy and were unanimously voted on approval to be used as supplemental videos in either the Health 1, which is the junior high classroom, or Health 2, which is the high school classroom, that could be used to supplement videos about fertilization, C-section, labor and delivery, ovulation, and the menstrual cycle. The other reason we need is to look at the approval list and see if there are any items that have become outdated and no longer necessary to be on that approval list. And at this time, none were removed. And those were the only supplemental videos that were added. The next item is that the approved human sexuality materials are available for you to preview. There is a link that I can send you through your email, or in a few weeks we will actually have a secondary health and PE curriculum website that will be added to the curriculum portion of the district website, and those materials will be available to view on our health and PE curriculum website. The last part of the requirements for the assurance form is the Utah County Data Review Requirements. This is done every 2 years, and that's the handout you received. This is the data that we are given through the State Office of Education, and these are the items that they would like us to quickly review. They go along with the Utah adolescent birth data. This is rate per 1,000 females aged 15 to 19 for Utah County. If you flip to page 2 and 3, it goes into detail into the county areas that are within the Alpine school district boundaries. The next few pages are the sexually transmitted diseases and infection rates. We have our HIV and STD rates for this Utah County. That can be seen on page 6, along with on page 7 and 8, the cases for chlamydia and gonorrhea. And then the final 4 pages is the data that has been given to us with the number of victims that have been supported because of sexual abuse. So these are the sexual abuse numbers that have been reported for Utah County. And you'll notice that it goes over a 6-year period for the rates of sexual abuse cases that have been reported and who are being supported at this time. Are there any questions?
So I was, I'm just looking at the table on chlamydia and gonorrhea. Okay, cases and rate, is that the actual cases rate, like per 1,000, or what is rate?
The rate on that one is per 100,000.
Oh, I see, wait, okay, thank you. Okay.
So I'm curious, I am assuming that the reason when we're looking at the count of victims with supported sexual abuse, that there was such a decline in 2020, was because of the pandemic, as far as there were less people, like less mandated reporters coming in contact with youth. We've seen that trend occurring again in 2021. Like, how delayed are our reports in getting this data? I'm just curious as to if that's a trend we're seeing during the pandemic, and if we expect that to bounce back.
That's a great question. At this time, we're only reported the data that we're given from the state office at this time to be up to date. I do not have the resources to make the assumptions on the trend of the data at this time.
It might be something that our district school nurse, I'm trying to think on her name, it might be, she might be able to give us some updated information about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions? Very good.
Could you tell us more about, first of all, the makeup of your committee, opportunity for parents to be involved? I think our parents often are concerned about these materials. Also, is it possible for them to review them, or what would happen if a parent wanted to become more involved in?
If a parent wants to become more involved, right now our committee is set as is with the numbers that are required for the state office. They require a balanced number between Alpine District employees and parents and community members involved. So we balance that correctly with the amount of teachers and district personnel, with our parents, our healthcare, and school board members.
Jess, will you talk a little bit about the disclosure that goes out when students are enrolled in health classes?
Definitely. Anytime a student takes a health science CTE or a science course that is under the umbrella human sexuality curriculum, the parent is given a parent consent form. It's created by the State Office of Education. This form is given to the parents at least 2 weeks prior to instruction for them to review what will be taught, what will not be taught, and they give their consent to either none of it, all of it, or certain pieces of the curriculum. And with that, the teacher then can take that and instruct the students in the areas that they have been approved or fully approved in. The majority of time, our parents in our district have been absolutely amazing, I believe, with the consent forms and allowing our fantastic health teachers to teach the approved state and district curriculum. But that form does go home to every single student at each time. Once the 8th, 10th, and if they take it again as a health science class, they receive that form again.
And one thing that we're working on that is not in place that the law does require is that parents have a way to get annual feedback on the curriculum and on the materials that the students were taught with, and so that is under construction. Student Services originally had taken that on, and it has not, and that's just recently. We literally just put together, updated the policy for this particular curriculum, but the last piece that has not been done is the part on the website for parents to provide specific feedback for this material. Now, David has created, I don't know if you guys are aware, a feedback button.
Tell us more.
So there is a way for parents to, regardless of what the issue is, to provide feedback, but we want it to now mirror what the law is saying and have it specific to the secondary page that they're creating. Now let's have a feedback component on that, and then it's summarized, given to the committee annually, and then every year you guys will get an update from this team on this particular topic, because that's what's required by law, right? It's an annual report to the board.
Yes, the data portion is not. The data portion is every 2 years,
Yeah,
but the update from the parent, yeah.
Okay.
yeah. But any approved material does need to go before the board, and I believe after the guidance data.
We occasionally, and I say occasionally because I've been doing it for quite a long time, I've only had less than 5 parents over 13 years who have ever asked at a district level to see any of the materials. We're always happy to provide it. We've had some parents that I can think of 2 specifically who asked because they wanted to have the conversation with their own child at their own home. So we provided it to them, and they were very appreciative.
Because they could come in and you would provide them with.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you really can, because of that disclosure, you can communicate. The intent is to communicate with that health teacher and create that relationship. I know that my wife and I reviewed all of the curriculum that was going to be taught prior so that we could determine what would be appropriate for our son with his unique circumstances.
And I also do the same at the school level. So I remember when I had parents that would come and talk to me and say, what's going on and who do we do it? And we worked with our health teacher, and they were able to articulate that and work at those at that level.
On that parent consent form, there is a box that the parent can check that says, I would like to review the materials before this is taught. And with that, the parent, the teacher then schedules a meeting with the parent to review the specific content that will be provided during that time before, and then the parent can then readjust the consent form to give consent.
I have one more question, if no, well, they're thinking, I'm sure they got more questions. So, does this doesn't include the maturation programs, or does it?
The maturation program is part of the consent form. The elementary level does have their own parental consent form, and our district does have an elementary human sexuality review committee of their own that is housed within Student Services. They're the ones that created the new maturation program videos to allow that there was equity amongst the district and every school, that they were receiving the same embedded information during the maturation program from our awesome school nurses.
And that's only been the last 2 years where that adjustment has been made. Previously, it was one committee that was tasked with doing all of it. So there was an adjustment made at the request.
And policy was separated into those 2 categories, the human sexuality and the maturation. So the title of the policy are both.
Yeah.
So when we have some new approved materials here, it doesn't necessarily impact the maturation program per se, not at all.
Correct.
Not unless there was anything new added or approved at the elementary level, would that need to come to the...
Okay. Other questions?
Well, I'm just looking at the tables of the sexually transmitted diseases, and I see like a 6-time increase in the gonorrhea cases and a doubling of the chlamydia. Are we making any progress? Is education supposed to impact this?
We would hope that it would. We hope that because every school has the opportunity to provide information to our students about sexually transmitted diseases and sexually transmitted infections, that would help allow them to make proper choices that would help curb those numbers.
And I just don't see anything going on.
Just maybe one way to reframe that question from my perspective is if there wasn't education, would it be likely that those cases would be higher? So again, maybe it's trying to get at, I think, what you're asking, is it making a difference?
I'm just trying to get a framework for how to interpret what I'm seeing.
So from your lens as a professional working with this, if there wasn't the education efforts, might we see higher incident rates, or what would you say about that?
My personal opinion, definitely. I mean, education is key to every single aspect of human sexuality, law and policy and training, and helping our students with that instruction, with every aspect between pornography to sexual abuse to consent to human development itself. That proper and vetted curriculum, allowing that to have that educational process at the 8th and 10th grade level is such a key component. There's also been, at the state level, elementary pieces of health curriculum that has been created so that some of these topics are now being taught for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, so that at the time they hit 8th grade, these topics, a lot of them are not new to the student when they come in. They understand consent, they understand harmful effects of pornography, they understand boundaries.
Because I would say 8th grade is way too late to teach some of these things.
Hey, we actually had the SROs come to us and say, hey, we need some more help with this consent issue, because consent, where that's coming, we're seeing a higher rate of that date rape type of a scenario. So they were concerned enough that they brought it to say, hey, how do we make sure? And we made sure that it was in the curriculum, and they're trying to think, how do we make sure that we help kids understand that? Because that education piece is critical, and that's coming from the law enforcement side of it.
So we've partnered with some of our school resource officers to develop something that we can put in the hands of our secondary health teachers this coming school year. So that's in development, it'll be in development this summer because there is a need for more.
That's what I'm seeing.
Yes.
I'm seeing a need here. I'm not seeing real success, I'm seeing a need.
Right.
And it scares us what that would look like without it.
Without it.
Yeah.
Because we're curbing it a little bit, but I think there's obviously a need for additional.
And it's my understanding that there was a consent bill in the legislature this year that failed.
It's still too fresh.
There was, but I don't think it went anywhere.
You know who we have the Utah adolescent birth, it tracks it to a specific age group, but the cases of sexually transmitted disease, is that same age group, or is that across multiple populations?
It's across multiple populations. That's the only information the
So
county
it's not just
provides.
school-related or young adolescent related, it's across, yeah. So I anticipated to get what you're assuming, you would have to have a significant disaggregation of that data to say what is the correlation between our educational efforts and these cases in young people or even adult people to say.
Yeah, I hope that we're doing that work.
Yes.
It's not our data.
Yeah. And to add with that consent, we're really excited that we'll have the opportunity, like Dr. Braithwaite said, about partnering with our SRO officers so that our students are hearing it from multiple trusted adults that this is what consent is, and this is what your responsibility and your rights are as an individual with consent. So we're really excited that that is going to be a big focus, and that curriculum will be created so that it can, like they said, be used at every high school, and those SRO officers that want to partner with our health teachers and presenting that material to the students.
Okay, so you say that that is being created.
It is being created.
In district.
Yes, in
By our
district.
health teachers and our partners.
So it will reflect what we do.
Yes, it'll reflect our needs and what the needs of our SROs are seeing at high schools.
So that was HB98 Representative Romero. This session. And it,
Yeah, I think she
was
worked really
5
hard
for
to
bills
get
and
that passed.
so it didn't make it out of rules.
Did they make it out of rules?
Yep.
Thank you.
So could you tell us anything about this birth data? I find it difficult to understand because I assume that some of these births were with married women, some were unmarried. And I think we're probably more concerned about maybe the unwed mothers, at least
Yeah,
from some perspective.
and
Maybe.
Student Services does have the data available, I believe, for Alpine School District students. But yes, I believe that Utah may have a different reading on this because it does include 19-year-olds, because marriage rate or marriage age in Utah can be a little bit younger. It sometimes doesn't reflect exactly.
Is there some trend you see that we should be concerned about with these birth rates or just looking at the data?
Looking at the data, I don't see any significant upticks that I am personally aware of the data. I believe that I feel like we're doing an excellent job of promoting sexual abstinence in our district with our Abstinence Plus program.
I think we could add in another year on the, if the data is to be reported every 2 years, we could do a breakdown and disaggregate maybe the information Shane asked about, looking at Alpine School District students. You know what I mean? So taking a broad number that they're showing in those trends and then bringing it just to specific Alpine School District students.
And I'm trying to read between the lines, but you know, it appears that in the state of Utah, Hispanic, the birth rate is much higher among Hispanic females. And I'm wondering if maybe that accounts for some of the difference in our cities. But maybe if that could be part of an effort to, you know, work with equity to try to eliminate that difference. There might be something we can think about. Again, if we had that disaggregated.
From a curriculum perspective, I believe that we don't have a lot of ability to dig into the data, but our student services or health care and definitely would have the ability to dive deeper into and assessing that data further past what curriculum can do.
My assumption is this data, as directed by state statute, is to come to us every couple of years so that we can review that and say, are there trend differences that our curriculum needs to be adjusted for?
Yes.
And so if it isn't informing us to the degree that we should, then perhaps looking at our own data could play that role of, are there certain aspects of the curriculum that should be adjusted given trends that we're seeing within our own schools and populations.
Which is where the idea, like with the partnership with the SROs came from. We were beginning to see and hear some feedback that this was of a concern, the consent issue. Our SROs were telling us that there was a problem there. So that's why we're going to do it.
Yeah, and I think if the health department could break that down and then, and/or under Dr. Lisa's direction, student services could break that down to disaggregated Alpine district data only from the health department, or aggregate our data from our schools to look at a district snapshot.
I just have a question about how they divided the areas. Is this straight from the state? Is this, okay, so if there are areas of the district that aren't on here, is there an assumption that you should make or not make there?
To that, I don't have an answer. This
It's
is,
not our data, it's hard to know how they've broken that down, to say what is North Orem, what is South Orem, what is Lehigh, what is, I have some questions to say at this time.
Yeah, like I mean, I have Alpine on here, but Highland's not here, Cedar Hill's not here. Highland's quite a bit bigger than Alpine, so it's interesting that they have Alpine.
Is that the designation for that area that includes Highland?
Maybe, yeah, that's what I'm wondering, so.
yeah,
Just curious.
no, it's a good question, sorry.
And I think to answer Mark's question about how many of these might be married older teenagers, the Provo BYU number is only 1.7. And I would assume most of those, not all,
Are others considered residents?
though I need your south and your South Orem. I couldn't find the South Orem number to see what the UVU number might be, but it looks like we've got East Orem, West Orem, and North Orem, but not South. Anyway, so I was wondering why there were some areas didn't seem to be represented.
Yeah, and the way that the state split that is not something we have access to. Okay, thanks. With that. Any other questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'm
thank
sorry
you.
to take up a lot of time, but
No.
we're grateful.
Questions? Questions to be answered, so. Okay,
Okay, I know you guys are excited about this, and if I can get this to work, this is going to be exciting for all of us.
Mike Browning, Director of Operations, will be, will provide, put together some information on transportation that he wanted to update you on. Appreciate Kimberly Bird, who oversees operations and works with Mike and the transportation teams. We'll turn the time over to them.
It's giving me the fun will of death, which is not the will I want to see. We like the wheels on the bus, because hopefully they keep going round and round. But while we're figuring out why the death blow is going on, I wanted to just kind of give you a little, we'll try to keep this short because I know you still have governance, rules of governance?
Board governance.
Board governance, so I don't want to take all of your time. But I did want to review kind of where we are. As you're aware, we've had some fun this year with transportation. We've had a great time to start working with our transportation team. But we do have obviously some concerns. So some of the things that it keeps looking like it's coming out. I'm going to kind of just go through some of the slides, even though you're not going to see them. One of the slides talks a little bit about what state policy is versus what perceived reality is. Unfortunately, a lot of our patrons believe that there's a right to transportation. That's not necessarily true. That's an opportunity that Alpine District and the board has to provide that transportation. As we try to provide that, we're doing the best we can with the resources that we have. That being said, obviously there's a lot of things that impact transportation, especially right now. When we start looking at the number of routes and runs that we have, when we look at special education and field trips, when we look at cost of fuel, obviously that doesn't impact most of us, but as we continue to watch that, it's gone up. That being said, now that we have it up on the board, one of the big ones is right there. We have a lack of drivers. We're doing fairly well with most everything else, but when you look at the number of drivers we have, we're struggling. And then obviously ineligible routes plays a part in that. There's perception versus reality. We told you that we were going to do a third-party study to kind of come back and see what are we doing with our routes and runs and how does that impact us and is there something we can do better. And after several visits and a lot of talking and a lot of looking at our data, unfortunately they came back with we can do a couple of things. We can change our bell schedule so we tier them in such a way that it's more effective for drivers.
Okay, let's pause on that. What meetings is starting school as early as like 7? And the last school starting around 10?
So if you want to tier them, these are options.
Here is TEAR.
I'm tearing up down here.
Yeah. But one of the quotes they had was, when drivers are not available, bus service is doubled up to cover required areas. The time for each trip added together, we usually force the bus to be late. We've seen that. If we can do it with one bus going in and not double routing, it's faster. We all like faster. But when we don't have it, we don't have it. They pointed out that we should have 317 full-time drivers to do what we're currently doing.
With how many?
We are currently doing it with 276 total drivers, not full-time drivers. So
Since we recently lost 2 more.
every day I keep on trying that nobody's, we gotta keep them. We're 278, it's in August, we started with 278 drivers. These are part-time and sub-drivers. So realizing because of our situation, we have some drivers who say, hey, we'll drive on Thursday mornings. And we say, super, that'll be great. We have some drivers who say, you know what, I can do it on odd days of the week, but I can't do it on the evenings because I've got a different job. And we say, wonderful, come on in and drive. If they were all full-time, this would be a different discussion. We have this year from July 21st to March 11th, we hired 48 new drivers. We taught them. It takes about a 3-week turnaround time. But unfortunately, at the same time, we've had 51, now 53 that have stopped driving for various reasons. Obviously, that impacts us. I wanted to bring this slide up because I wanted you to know we do discuss this in our capital team, but we want to make sure that you understand that special education is obviously a part of our transportation discussion. If it's a related service, so as defined by Utah State special education rules, transportation, if the team decides it becomes a service required to assist a student with a disability to benefit from special education. So being a student identified in the special education program does not automatically mean you get transportation, but that team makes that determination. It is something that impacts us. Another thing that impacts us is school activities. Right there you can see this year we were averaging 55 activities in the fall, 36 in the winter, and 78 now in the spring. So when we say spring events have sprung, they have definitely sprung.
So these are per day,
Per
right?
day.
Or 78 activities per day.
Per day that we're trying to meet. So this includes, so if you look right there, you can see the percentages of, it's roughly about 60% of those activities are Utah High School Activities Association. It dips a little bit, you notice there in the winter, because you've got a few less activities, and then we go back into the spring and it jumps back up. The other percentages involves like choir, fine arts, anything of that nature, as well as field trips in that PE and elementary. So at the high school, I remember we went bowling. Well, getting kids from the high school to the bowling alley, right? That's an activity. And so we have to figure out how do we cover those activities. Another thing, like I said, we talked about transportation and the cost of fuel. This is our cost that we were paying. March 16, 2020, $1.64 a gallon. The next year, $2.85 a gallon. And this last March 16, $3.85. Well, I'm bringing that up because that's clearly a concern. That's not our major concerns. We keep coming back to that drivers become our #1 shortage that we have. A couple of recommendations we wanted to bring is that there's 2 different things that we're looking at. The one is we've had some cities that have made infrastructure changes that impact how kids can safely get to schools. We've talked about this in a couple of meetings, so I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but these are the schools that we believe have had infrastructure changes that allow us to say, yeah, we think you can safely walk. Again, we're asking students to walk. There would be less than 1.5 miles if you're in elementary and less than 2 miles if you're at a secondary school. So all of these had either stops or runs that impacted that.
So Mike, this reflects having removed 3 different routes that we first introduced the last time we talked about this. So you don't see Viewpoint on there. Remember, there were several on because of the metrics and the system that his team created to go and weight you know,
I'm gonna show you
the
this. It's
danger.
exciting.
So there are 3 missing schools on there.
Yeah.
Greenwood was one, Viewpoint.
Yep.
Well, I don't remember that, but it's not on here either.
No, so the Willow Creek one was resolved a little differently, right? So these here are the ones that we still haven't decided for next year, but I wanted to get those in front of you. Does that make sense? So then we get the ineligible routes, and these are the ones that historically have been, we've talked about them, we're going, okay, what do we do, where do we go? And this is that group right there. So as you look at it, there's a lot, Canyon View, Lake Ridge, Canyon, Orem Junior, Pleasant Grove. That's where Viewpoint, I shuffled that in there because I think it weighs a little bit into this group. Vista Heights and Willow Creek, there's still one that's in there that we haven't gone through. The Vista Heights, if you remember, that was one that the students would actually have to walk backwards to come across and come forward. And even though we're saying, where do we want to go? If they cross where kids will cross, that's incredibly dangerous. If they cross where we think they should cross, where as adults we say, well, back. But I've been a junior high principal. Junior high kids don't always listen to what their principals say. And surprising to some. I wanted to show you the scorecard and kind of what we've done. And I wanted to let you know that we actually were asked by the Highway Patrol to come and actually do some observations of some areas in Evo, because they're like, very few other people in the state have anything to start trying to say, how do we come up with a formula of some sort to help us with saying, what's our dangerous level?
Like a rubric for analyzing.
Yes, back to Amber's comments to say, what are we looking at? Well, how do we determine dangerous? And so Mike and his team, working with their team, police officers, came up with this rubric, applied this rubric. Others saw it in other municipalities. Highway patrolmen said, hey, there's not anything out there like this. We have you come and teach and train. So we appreciate Amber and other board members saying, hey, what did that look like? And as we delved into it, this is what they came up with.
So realize we're still working on it. I mean, it's not a final project. We're still looking and saying, I don't know if that really gives us what we need. But let me show you kind of what we did. We went out and I personally was with them on 30 different stops. And we looked and said, okay, here's some crossings that scare me or don't scare me and why. And we wanted to look at it so we could have some data for you.
So the higher the number,
the scarier it is. Does that make sense? Really saying out of 80 is a 80 would be, that's a total disaster. So if we go back to this, we're saying the traffic volume on that is incredibly heavy, that's a 10. The posted traffic speed is above 45 miles an hour, that's a 10. The width of the road, that's 6 lanes across, that's a 10. There's no sidewalk at all present, that could be a 10. There's no shoulder present, so that's a 10. Traffic control, there's no traffic control, so it's just 4 roads and there are 2 roads that are coming together, there's not even a stop sign. That's a 10. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's great.
So this is kind of what we looked at. So I'm going to break it down a little bit. So we looked at the west side, and you can see some of the ones that are still a little bit scary. I mean, you look up there at the Viewpoint. The one that says not scored, what that was is actually, Derek said, hey, we probably ought to look at that little path. And I was like, there's no traffic on that path. So I didn't score it, so he put a not scored. So I apologize. I wanted him to get it up, but we didn't have time. Yes.
Could you only rate current bus routes?
These are crossing roads, so it's not actually the stop. This is the road, the intersection. So if you look
Right,
at
because my question would be, one of the things that has seemed like an inequity to me is we have some areas that we're not providing transportation that we feel like they would be as dangerous as areas that we are.
That's
So
what
that's
we're
what I'm
looking
trying
at.
to understand.
Yep. So this is on the west side, and I'll also show you some on the east side. Right, so you're looking at a couple of different things, and you're noticing, like, if you look on where those 38s are, that's 8th. Is that 8th or 16th? 1600.
No.
8th is on Junior.
Yeah, so those two, we're actually constantly going across.
Center Street is Mountain View.
And so we actually have that actual score sheet for all those broken down, but I wanted to kind of give you a general view that if you're looking where there's some 38s, some 40s, but you can also see a 25. So that 25 sits there, we're actually transporting across that, but there's a crossing guard there, there's an elementary. Now that means the crossing guard's not always there, because for a secondary you don't have to have a crossing guard. So there's some things that we've looked at and we're saying, okay, this doesn't feel the same on all sides. And that's why we wanted to give you guys something to think about. Does that make sense? But at least we got some data that's out there now that we're starting to say, okay, let's pull it together, let's wrap our heads around it and start saying, okay, is it good for one side, is it good for the other side, and how do we say, is it good for Alpine School District students?
So my quick question, I know that we've talked about this before, and I know there is no current route, but like the students at Harvest, who technically are supposed to cross Mountain View Corridor, do you have rankings for even like the ones where we don't, and I know part of that is an infrastructure issue with the development of Wildflower, but I'm curious if we also do an evaluation of ones that are not being provided.
We're starting to look at that, does that make sense? So, do we have them all right now? No, we don't.
So you don't have an analysis for that one?
No.
Okay.
We're starting, like I said, it took us a couple of days to get these 30 done, as we're running to those different areas, and we had multiple, people observing it and looking and saying, what does that look like to you? And then bringing that back together and saying, what are we really scoring it as? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's a process. I would love to say we have it for every intersection in all of Alpine, but that's just not factual.
How long do you think you observed each intersection, and did you?
Some were really quick, like we went down to the one right there by UVU, we actually asked kids to cross, and I went there and I was aghast, because I was like, how can we ask them to cross there? Well, there is no crossing, it all goes underneath the roads. And I was like, okay, so that's not really the same as crossing the road. There's some infrastructure that the city went in that UVU uses for their students to go through. We also looked and said, okay, well, where do they come out and what does that look like? So it was a real educational opportunity for me to go out and say, what are we asking kids to walk and what does that really look like? And it is difficult, right? Any street can be horribly dangerous for any kid who's not paying attention.
So, you're 40 by not scored. Is that just that intersection? Because I would think that really should be like an 80, because that's not actually a road. It's like a rubble pile. And we got lucky because it didn't snow, but had there been snow, it wouldn't have been a viable option.
I understand that. Realize that the sidewalks don't all get plowed.
It was like literally a rock pile, like it's not even.
It's a gravel path.
Yeah.
I've walked it a couple of times.
It's just interesting to me that that's only the number.
There was 3 different people that looked at it to say, okay, where does it come in? And that's because it is actually you can push the button, you've got 33 seconds to
But
walk.
to get into rock though, like it's not even, it's like go through the rocks and then cut over the weeds and then maybe we hope that you don't get smacked by people coming around.
We probably have to go out there and look at it because they've done quite a bit to it.
I'm just saying it's not a legit space,
I'd
that's
be
all.
happy.
So the idea is that you're going to rank these intersections, and then you're going to look at safe walking routes. If they go through those areas, then the safe walking route will be scored and potentially for some of these ineligible routes.
That helping to inform the school, so as they're going to that PTA, is coming up to that safe walking route, if this isn't a viable intersection, we've got to figure out, is there another way? So
That's a great approach.
This is a great city tool, I mean, yeah, in our conversations with cities.
It's a start. I promise I would not try to get my doctorate off of this, but I think it's a good start. Does that help?
And you said 3 people looked at each one?
Yeah.
That's all.
This,
What criteria did they use to decide which category each intersection?
so we use this.
Right, but I'm saying like, what does heavy mean, what is?
That's the hard part, right?
That's 3 people.
You're doing 3 different people looking at it, because what I
They're
think
not
is
doing like a count.
that, no.
So did you take like an average?
Of the 3 of us, yeah. Yeah, so honestly, on these ones, I went to every one of these intersections.
So Mike, I'm curious as to what time of day, did you do like 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, like when did you score?
We tried to get out there close to the time the school would either be coming or going. And that makes it even more difficult to get 3 people out there and be there at the right spots, right?
I think you didn't win at 1 in the morning though.
I'm gonna regularly out
The other thing we did, all 3 of us, as we were talking, before we went out to school, we talked through a little bit of that, right? What are we seeing now versus what do we know from historical evidence? Right, so there's some of those roads that I know very well because I was the principal of Warren High. There's some of those roads that I thought I knew very well when I was at Willow Creek. Things have changed since I was at Willow Creek, over 15 years. So a lot of it comes down to our transportation directors also knowing what are they seeing now, what are they seeing at more peak times, and having those dialogues.
So I'm curious too if we had, I mean, I think we all have a little bit of bias about our own areas and our own schools, and I'm not saying that you are because I know you were looking district-wide, but I'm curious as to, like, if we are sharing this with cities to get their perspective as to, hey, with the growth that's coming, because Foothill is going to become Mountain View Corridor, that's actually going to change the ratio on this road in a year and a half, so we need to adjust accordingly or whatever. I'm just curious as to, like, for future planning, if cities have kind of bought, if we think we're going to share this with cities, if we're waiting for buy-in from them, also as we look at expansion.
I think that's why it comes up in capital. So there, and Frank's team's looking at it,
We
Rob's
can
team's looking at it,
partner
we're purchasing.
when city meetings, or this is something that we can partner in then with the things that, you know, Rob schedules with the city, and he invites us to come, we can share that information with them.
Well, I think this is also a great discussion piece, the rubric, being able to use this when we're looking at building new school sites, to be able to go in and say, hey, just doing an analysis using our rubric, based on the school site, we are going to need a crossing guard, or we're going to have to run ineligible routes, or whatever it is. I think that'll be a good tool for us to use in developing things in the future as well.
I think you can also correlate with UDOT and with the cities. They're going to have an estimated volume of traffic on those roads, Mike, that would be helpful to say, you know what, we're not going to sit there and count cars or throw a line over there and beep, 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 count the number of that, but they should have that information where they could share with us volume, particularly on those highways or major roads. They would give you a sense of the estimated traffic.
I would also argue you can ask for a traffic study. I know that there are times where residents say, hey, there's too much speeding on my road. We could also, as part of our planning dynamic with cities, say we would request a traffic study on the current closest road, knowing those conditions will change when a school comes in, but to just maybe give us an idea going in what the traffic conditions are as far as like the usage and things like that.
Well, it's been interesting because we also look back, so we've had this tool, we're tweaking it, but we've had this tool for a couple of years. Derek Barnes and the crew came together with it a couple of years ago. So we were actually looking back to go, okay, what did we have before and has it changed? And some of them have, right? So what we picked on the time that we went there right now, that could be different in 4 years. Right? I would anticipate in some areas those will be. We see that happening with throughout Alpine School District. I want to show you these last couple of slides and then let's open it back up for questions. But if we took out all of the ineligible routes that we've talked about over the last year, we would still have at least 3 high school routes that we're still saying these are things that we have to address, and they're still there. We still have several junior high routes, and if you notice, those are scattered throughout the entire district, that we're saying, even with the ones that as a team, we're saying we probably ought to look at these. Some of them we're saying we still just need to make this stuff happen because of what a danger one way or another. Here's the elementary one, so you can see that as a board, we're still paying out of general ed funds for things that we're not getting reimbursed on. And a lot of these, I think, are the right things to do. So I want you to know that our team is not trying to say, hey, we don't want to transport kids. We want to transport kids. But again, what we come down to is a shortage of drivers. I was just at a conference yesterday down in St. George with all the associations for transportation pupils, or pupil transportation, sorry, messed that up big time. And we talked about this. So these are the directors of transportation throughout the state. The number one thing that was dialogue is one of the things that we're doing right now, this piloting of 20 continuous days of service for $200 that we're giving our drivers this incentive. And we're looking at it and saying, how is it? On our very first run, the first 2 weeks after we started it, after December 10th, 169 of our drivers qualified for that. What that does is keeps our drivers, instead of taking a day to go with their grandkids, which we would love them to be able to take that time, but it's kind of incentivizing to say, hey, can I take my grandkids out on Saturday? Can I do something on a different day instead of missing a route? Because every time they miss a route, we've got to still cover it with somebody. We just finished the second route. 76 drivers that we know of right now have not missed a day or a route since January 10th. That chews 27% of our fleet, of our drivers. That's awesome. So we see that it is helping. We don't know how much or whatever else. A couple of other ideas that were thrown out that I wanted to show you was Willow is doing a $4,000 sign-on bonus, and we all said, wow, that's great. But it's tiered, and so it really breaks it out over a year.
And they have to pay it back if they don't stay a certain amount.
Yeah, they've got a lot of complications to it, and it's pretty intense, so as we talked about it, not everyone was big on that. Washington School District's doing a $1,200 returning driver bonus, which was great, other than they gave it to their people in May, and guess who didn't come back in August? The people who took the $1,200, so they're going, we're gonna change that to October and pilot that again, and see if we can do that. Granite is giving 8-hour contracts, which is awesome, because what they talked about, and hopefully this is politically correct, but he stated, you need to dance with the date you brought. He said basically, the life of our drivers is about a 3-year lifespan, and we need to stretch that out. If we can get 5 years out of them, that is even better for us, because they have the experience, the knowledge, and the understanding, where it takes us literally 3 weeks to get somebody new who's willing. It takes us 3 weeks to even get them started, and then if they're quitting in 3 years, yeesh, that's not great productivity. So that's why they're looking at that, but they're also, they've got a lot of stipulations, those 8-hour contracts, and they're asking people to do some stuff that's pretty tough. They were the only district right now who's not still struggling dramatically with them, but when we talked to the district supervisor, he just said, we'll see how this survives it.
Because literally that 8-hour contract goes back to what TransFinder shared with us in extending your bell times, because that's what would get us on the route to saying, yeah, we can actually run work hours up to 8 hours for our drivers if we have a school opening at 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. Then you can really offer those big contracts, but that just does not work.
Otherwise, you can have them sitting without doing anything for the majority of the contract.
So here's my question, are these your favorites, or I'm noticing none of our peer districts are on here? So did they not have?
They didn't have anything great. So this was what was a dialogue yesterday. I was in that meeting yesterday, and that was the top stuff. So I added that slide today.
No, I think it's awesome. I was just thinking I would love to see something working in the districts that kind of look at
And Mike won't brag on this, but the majority of that conversation was running about the $200
They were.
Everyone else wanted to do.
So Mike, I had a question. If, because you mentioned at the very beginning that we hired like 48 new bus drivers and then we 51 left. Are we doing exit interviews to find out why they're leaving?
And they're giving us various reasons. Some are leaving for competition, so in other words, they're leaving to go drive for I was sitting in a meeting, and 3 of the directors from throughout the state drove for me when I was the principal of Willow Creek. I'm looking at them going, why are you still not with us? But it's a good thing, right? We're helping to teach them, and then they're looking to say, how do we branch this out? So the stuff that's going on in Alpine is helping to stay down. We also have them leaving to drive dump trucks. We had one driver that walked in after getting complete and drove one day and said, this is crazy. I'm not doing this.
Thank you for your honesty.
Right?
But they don't have to pay for their CDL. They get it from us, and then they don't stay long, because then they can get offered in the business sector.
Don't we have some kind of condition on that? Like, if we pay for that, you will drive for it?
We're not paying for it right now, so we did an incentive, and that didn't work. We tried to do stuff where we said, hey, kind of like what Washington's doing. We said, hey, we're going to give you some incentives to do this, and we'll pay for all of your training, we'll pay you, and that didn't work out.
What age can we start having them drive? 20?
Yes.
I know, we're going to move it to
It's how we were spending money and not having a return.
I wanted to give you a summary, though, of things to think about. So our recommendations are for that first group. Our first group recommendation is that we go ahead and change those routes due to the infrastructure. So the ones we talked about. That first 8. Those were the easy ones. Yeah, those were the easy ones. Our second recommendation is to continue study of those historical. With the current situation we're in, we're trying to pass them on and trying to figure out where we can go. It makes it difficult. But again, we can do whatever you want. But our recommendation is to continue to study those.
And make an early announcement. Number 2 is to say that the continuance would be that we give early notification that these historical routes that once were allowed were no longer allowed. They're not eligible. And that we're giving everybody a nice 5 to 8 month notice before we start for the 2023 school year. That would be.
So there's no alarm that like these routes are being cut tomorrow. We're talking about fall of 2023. Just because these routes existed because of infrastructure changes, they will not be available in the future at these locations.
The first one we're saying next year.
Well, the first 8 or
The
whatever.
first day we're saying next year, right? So we want to have time to be able to notify parents, notify schools, work with PTAs and community councils to get the right safe walking routes. The second group, we're saying that might not even be this next year. Just so that you can have a number sense, it would save us about 10 drivers if we cut all of those out.
The 8 or all of them?
All of those other ones, all of the other ineligible, it saves us about 10 drivers total. It would also save us about $250,000. Now, I'm not asking for the money because we haven't had enough drivers. Rob's not killing me on the budget, right? And so we're not dying on budget, we're not dying on other things. We need drivers. We need drivers, full-time drivers.
So again, you're studying that.
Yeah, the summary then, what Mike's recommending, rather than cutting there, let's study the ways to increase our driver pool.
So can we look at something like, my big concern is that sometimes we have eligible routes that are being double routed. Can we look at filling eligible routes first as a preliminary step?
So we
And
did that.
then, okay.
We looked at it to say, can we do that? Because really what we should be saying is, how do we help the eligible kids and little disincentivize the kids who are not eligible?
Right.
The problem is, as we looked at that, because of the way we have our schedules, if we do that, it's gonna make everybody later or earlier, which is really gonna put even more strain on our current process. So, I would love to say yes, but I can't, I'll just look at you and tell you that. I think if we do that, it will cause more problems than it will solve. And that's just because, again, the bus driver's picking up kids, dropping off one school, going to the next school. And so if we're even double routing, so if I take the kids who are eligible out first, it takes longer for us to get back, and now that the speed of that whole trip expands, because
The best way would be to eliminate the ineligible. That's why we still. Or both, how many drivers?
81.
81 more.
we get any drivers.
So then do we allocate drivers to the eligible routes and then we do ineligible routes as we have capacity?
I think that's what the recommendation is, and we continue to study
And
that.
as they are the highest scoring routes, yeah.
And the hard part is, you know, we're a growing district, and so that means there's gonna be more, kids aren't stopping. And as they continue to come, we're gonna need to still grow the pool additionally, so it's a problem. But we're working through it. I can't tell you how grateful I am for the routers and that team of transportation drivers. These people are amazing, and what they do every day is beyond my expectations. Every time I look at it, I go, I don't know how they do it. And our third party said, you can't do it.
When you say routers, these are people that are organizing.
Organizing it every day.
Every day.
So when one bus driver, we have a failure on a bus, they have to get people coming and changing that out, and we're still getting kids to school, and it's a miracle. I'm just telling you straight up, it's a miracle.
Okay, so we had 278 drivers, we need 81 more.
Yes.
81 more.
Full time would be really great,
That's what that third party says.
but we'll take,
Just
take
like
individual.
the sub-pool group, come on, there's good help.
You didn't get the text that said 50 open this morning.
Sorry, I took way more time than I should have.
Well, that's good information. By the way, I just wanted to emphasize my nerdiness here for Julie. And this is actually a classical NP-complete problem, finding the optimal route. It's actually provable that there's no algorithm for doing it that is less than trying every possible thing. So your routers are really amazing if they can come up with good things. It's not like we're going to find somebody else who magically comes up with an optimal route.
Like how many intersections in Orange did you look at in school?
I want to say it was about, probably close to 20 of them were there in Orem. 15 to 20. I can count it for you.
So I'm sorry. I almost coughed when you gave me the answer that if you eliminated all ineligible routes, you only save 10 drivers out of 80.
Yeah, so then we'd only be 71.
Totally doable.
I was hoping it was like, oh, if we eliminate all ineligible, we eliminate half the routes or something.
I was hoping to tell you that, hey, we're saving $2 million if we cut that out, and I was hoping we would save all the drivers, everything would go away. That's just not the
Because
case.
sometimes it's worth whacking the wasp nest, you know what I mean? If you're like gonna get it, the honeybee nest, if you're gonna get lots of honey. But if it's just a wasp nest, it may not be worth whacking at this particular.
That's why I wanted to get you that information in front of you.
That was an awesome analogy, Mark.
I whacked wasp nests before. It's on a tall ladder with a long pole.
So before I turn over to governance, thank you, Mike, for that presentation. I think sometimes outside the public, they just think, well, can't they just find a way to be more efficient? And over again, as we look to third parties, they say, I don't know how you're doing what you're doing. I think it's just a testament to people that have done more with less for years and have repeatedly found ways to stretch the dollar, to find ways to offer as much service as possible given the constraints. So it's just, I think, a tribute to them. And it's actually validating to have third parties come in and say, wow, you're outperforming what we thought you would do given the constraints that you're working under. We find that in business services, we find that in transportation, we find that with white analytics, just over and over again. Just a testament to the great people we have in Alpine School District and the way that they are working with limited resources to do as much as they do.
So do we have a plan for recruiting more bus drivers? Maybe try something that didn't work.
Well, they had a conference yesterday when they brainstormed with other districts to see if there are other incentives out there. We talked about the communication team a little bit, getting some of these stories out to say who is a bus driver. And a bus driver is someone that's retired from their profession that finds greater joy in this new profession than they did in their old profession. Just some of those to say, oh, could I be a bus driver? I think there's a stereotype in people's mind that this is a bus driver. And when you go out and we did the Love the Bus Day, just to hear the stories, to me really resonated that, oh. And so I started communicating to other people, this is a bus driver. It's someone that was a retired professional that can work a couple hours in the morning, go golf during the afternoon, and come back and work a couple more hours as well.
The other idea that you haven't mentioned is going after the state retirement.
Yes.
To maybe be lenient for those who have to sit out a year, that we go after the retiree pool to say, come back and drive with us, you know, for that minimum of 50,
That's something
60,000.
that Brady Brammer could eliminate.
Yes.
Allow us to say, get our retired employees into our buses without a delay.
That's a nice transition. You grab that retirement pool.
That's a
Yeah.
That was one of the regional meetings too. They asked for what are the big asks that if we could do. That was an idea that you shared.
Okay, thank you, Mike. You can stall me a little bit so people can enjoy the thing for a while.
And we've grown a little bit. All right. Let's see. This last month I ran into an awesome article in the New York Times written by Adam Bryant, and it was on listening. It was a really great article. And he's a journalist, and he has spent 30 years interviewing different people. So he's hundreds and hundreds of interviews. And he just gave 5 good tips of what would make a good listener. And I thought this is so appropriate because no matter where you are in life, your family, your spouse, colleagues, or just even out in the community, to be a good listener is so critical. And so we're going to go over this, but I thought, well, before we get into it, Elaine, I'm going to have to leave this and go into this, right? I have a little sample here of listening or not listening. And I want you to notice, this is a little Big Bang comedy, and there's a couple sitting at a table. I'm setting it up for you. And basically, she knows exactly what her listening skills should be, but she's missing a huge element. So just pay attention to what that element is. You won't miss it. But anyway, this is.
First there was PlayStation, aka PS1, and then there's PS2, PS3, and now PS4. And that makes sense. You'd think after Xbox, there'd be Xbox 2, but no. Next came Xbox 360. And now, after 360, comes Xbox One. Why one? Maybe that's how many seconds of thought they put in the naming it. Can you get the butter, please? Ever. With the Xbox One, I can control my entire entertainment system using voice commands. Up until now, I've had to use Leonard.
Then get the other one. Pass the butter?
Hang on. I don't feel like you're taking this dilemma seriously.
Fine, Sheldon. You have my undivided attention.
Okay, now, the PS4 is more angular and sleek looking.
No way!
It's true. But the larger size of the Xbox One, they keep it from overheating.
You wouldn't want your gaming system to overheat?
No, you absolutely would not. And furthermore, the Xbox One now comes with a Kinect included.
Included?
Yes. Not sold separately. Although the PS4 uses cool new GDDR5 RAM, while the Xbox One is still using the conventional DDR3 memory.
Why would they still be using DDR3? Are they nuts?
See, that's what I thought. But then they go and throw in an ES RAM buffer.
Oh, wait a second. Who's that?
Xbox.
You're kidding!
No, I am not. This ES RAM buffer should totally bridge the 100 gigabit per second bandwidth gap between the two RAM types.
This is a nightmare. How will you ever make a decision?
See, I don't know. What should I do?
Please pass the butter!
We do the rest of it. When they go to the store to get it, it's like the best part.
I thought that was really funny. It kind of gets to the point, but what were the things, obviously, she skilled at what? I mean, what were some of the things you noticed that you're like, oh, wow, she just turned that on real quick? What was she doing that made it look like she was really listening?
She's repeating.
Yeah, repeating what? Kind of restating. Enthusiasm. She was restating.
Asking questions.
Asking questions. What was she? Sincerity. Yeah, sincerity. I mean, I had to be kind of impressed how she just got in the zone, but yeah, it wasn't quite there. What happened? Oh, maybe I just need to click to the next one. Okay. The number one thing that he said, he talks about being fully present, and he kind of talks about how it's tricky, right, with technology, and all of us have had the experience before when someone, or you're talking to someone, and they're scrolling, and they're just kind of, and barely listening, and it's the worst. But even turning the tables, I mean, have you guys been guilty of doing that to someone? I know I have. In my house, we call it tech talk. Because Sam will say something, and I'm on the computer working or on my phone. He's like, can you believe it? And I'm like, that is hilarious. He's like, that is not even what I said. And I'm like, and he's like, tech talk! And I'm like, I know, guilty, yeah. And so it does happen. But to be fully present, so clear in your mind. He talks about in the article, which is interesting, to approach listening as meditation. Like with meditation, you clear your mind, you put everything away, and you're just kind of centered. That's what he's saying. That's a good listener. It's someone who's completely present. Don't check your emails, and don't plan your answers in advance. How many of us have been in situations where we're talking to people, and they're saying things, and you're like, what's my response going to be? What's my response going to be? Don't plan your answers in advance. And don't multitask, and don't think about other things. So be fully present. The second thing he talked about was no judgments or agendas. And I love this one because it reminded me of kind of an experience that I had with, I had this neighbor come over, and she's kind of had a difficult past, and she was a drug addict, and yeah, I won't go into too much detail, but she came over to my house to tell me, hey, I'm going to turn my kids over to the state tonight, and I need you to help me. I was like, out of my realm of expertise, I don't know any of this. So I called my social worker friend, and I said, can you come over? I've got the situation going on. And so here's my social worker friend, and I've never seen her in her social worker mode. And here's my friend who's struggling, and I'm sitting here, and the lady just says, I have knives, and I'm afraid I'll kill my kids tonight. And I'm like, I mean, that's the look on my face. And she's like, okay, so this can't wait till morning? Okay. And I'm like, wow. I mean, just. And so that just kind of reminded me, when people talk to you in whatever capacity, there's different capacities people talk to you about things. How's your face? How do you look? Are you listening without judgment? He says a really good thing that I really love, and he uses an acronym. And he says, when you're talking, probably you should ask yourself. He said, listening done well is an act of empathy. And he said the first step, the first step to listen is with no judgments. And when you talk, be honest with yourself about what's really motivating you to say what you're about to say. And he said there's a useful acronym to keep in mind when you're talking to someone. And the acronym is WAIT. And this is what the acronym stands for. Why am I talking? That's a good acronym to remember. WAIT. Why am I talking? And then he says this. He says, that's not to say that you shouldn't contribute to the conversation. It's just a good reminder to be self-aware when you're talking. Is it about the other person, to show them that you understand what they're saying because you've had a similar experience? Or is there a subtext of needing to brag a bit? It's a particularly good rule to keep in mind for anybody in a management or leadership position, because anything you say can quickly overwhelm a discussion and make people shut down. And so I thought that is something. Wait. Why am I talking? You can also, even my husband Sam added one in, is what am I thinking? I think sometimes we need to ask that question in our head as we are listening, is what am I thinking? Maybe I need to kind of remember to be empathetic. The next thing he talked about was show that you're listening. Use appropriate body language, nodding, maybe scooting in or leaning in. Definite eye contact is huge. One thing I noticed when I first got on the board, when I first started to go to board meetings, and I mean I had that experience years ago when I was a booster president, and we've seen our patrons do this, right? They come in and they're expecting a response from the board, and they got nothing from us, because that isn't the venue of where we talk to people. And I had to learn and ask myself, how can I show people that are up here to share things, and some of them really important personal things, that I'm listening? And it's hard because you don't really talk, but you have to be careful you're not doing this a lot. Because you don't want to necessarily be in agreement with everything they say, and you don't want to shake your head, you don't want to be in disagreement, but it is finding that perfect balance of looking empathetic, looking at them, and letting them know that you're listening. Another thing that's important too is if you are a note writer, or whether that's on paper or on phone, it's sometimes helpful to let people know that you're talking to us. I'm not on my phone, I'm actually taking notes of what you're saying, so they don't get the wrong impression. This is one of my favorite ones, and this is listen to learn. And he said this, and I love this. Whoops. He said, perhaps you've heard of the saying, it's better to be interested than interesting. And he said, think about listening as a ticket to a free education. And he said, all you have to do is assume that everyone you meet has learned a thing or two in their lives that you don't know, and you can unearth with insights. Now, this is a skill that you will have to, really, really, really practice. And think about people you know that just know how to ask the right questions. If you want to, up your game with listening and learning how to ask good questions, go to a rest home and volunteer. Because a lot of those people just want to share, and a lot of them want to kind of reflect on their lives, and you will learn the most interesting things about people. They were involved in a war, their spouse died in a war, they were, they were at Pearl Harbor, or, just some amazing historic thing, and you will learn so much. So I thought that was a good thing. Don't have the same conversation over and over. And if you find you're doing that, the problem is not with the person you're talking to. Lastly, he says, listen up. And he talks about this experience that he had with Bill Marriott Jr. And he's in this interview with Bill Marriott Jr., owner of the Marriott Hotels. And Bill Marriott is sharing this experience that he had when he was in college. And he said, I was on break for college, home for Christmas in Virginia, and my dad, Bill Marriott Sr., was home with his best friend, Ezra Taft Benson, who happened to be the Secretary of Agriculture. And he said he was there, and Manny Eisenhower with President Mike Eisenhower. And they were all there together. And the discussion was why they wanted them to come for Christmas is they wanted to go quail hunting. Well, it was terrible weather outside. There was a lot of wind and it was cold and chilled. And so Bill Marriott Sr. says to Ike Eisenhower, so what do you want to do? Do you want to stay here, warm in the fire, or do you want to go out and hunt? And I thought this was great. And so Bill Marriott says, he says, he said, this just made me realize how he, President Eisenhower, got along with de Gaulle, Churchill, Roosevelt, and others by including them in the decision and asking them what they thought. So I tried to adopt that same style of management as I progressed in life by asking people, what do you think? He said, now I didn't always go with what they thought, but I felt that if I included them in the decision-making process and asked them what they thought, and I listened to what they had to say and considered it, they usually got on board, and they knew they had been respected and heard, even if I went in a different direction than what they were recommending. And Mr. Marriott said that the most important words in the English language are, what do you think? He said, listen to your people and work well with them. And then the author, Adam, goes in and he says, I want you to think for a minute. And I kind of want to do this with an activity, but I want you to think for a minute about a person, and it can be in any realm or circle part of your life that you are in, whether that's your church life, home life, professional life. Think of someone that you love to talk to because you feel like they really, really listen. And they actually have all these attributes that we discussed. They listen without judgment. They're focused in on you. They ask you really, really good questions. Write that person down on a piece of paper for just a minute, and I want you to maybe share what that person does that makes you realize they really do listen, and number two, how it makes you feel. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Okay. Does someone want to share maybe someone that they thought of that is a wonderful listener and maybe why they're a great listener?
I'll share. I really enjoy my interactions with State School Board member Cindy Davis. And I enjoy watching her interact with other people as well, because I have seen her reach across to other people using things like, help me understand. She'll say things like that. Help me understand this. And I really learned a lot from watching Cindy Davis.
I think all of us would agree with that. She's amazing. Thank you, Kata. She's really good. Anyone else want to share a person on the list?
I'll just jump in while they're thinking. We actually had a meeting today with, they created a new vice president position at BYU for to interface with the LGBTQ community. And he turns out he's actually gay. He came out about 10 years ago. Pardon me?
Who is it? Is it Adele lady?
I'm not sure what his name is, but it was very interesting to listen to him because we have a bunch of people, I would say, on our faculty that are being homophobic. I'll just put it that way. And yet, he listened to them, and he was not judging them or in any way pushing back. that he was really listening to what they were saying and then coming back with ideas that would really help them. Because I don't think any of them want to be mean or cruel. It's just that they come from a different time, right? When that was difficult to process. Anyway, one comment he made that really touched me was, he says, when you're working with particularly the LGBTQ community, he said, ask what you can learn, not how you can help. And I thought, wow, I've always asked how I can help. What can I do to make you feel better? Instead of saying, I think I can learn from you. You're a person of value. I want to learn from you. And he made the comment that he doesn't understand exactly the religious basis for his sexual identity. But he feels that it has made him a better listener because of the things he's had to go through. I thought that was impressive. Not ask what you, how to help someone, but try to think of what you can learn from them.
And then that's kind of one of the things that he mentioned there is the free education, right?
Yeah.
Of listening. Thank you, Mark. Anyone else?
And I'm not just saying this just to say it, but our superintendent exemplifies listener. And one of the things that he asked for us to do this year is to help organize a listening tour. And you guys are all witnesses to how people come with different ideas and opinions. And it was so, I listened and watched and learned so much from that great skill that Dr. Farnsworth has in hearing from his employees. But he does it, he listens to learn, but he also has that initial part of the heart. He cares about those that he's serving. And he cares about the work that we do in public education. And I think those things help exemplify how you can listen to learn. I also feel like that wait time is so critical. And those are some things that I saw modeled over and over. And, you know, as we would come back and talk as a staff about what did we see and learn in that listening tour, it was amazing for us to watch. Sometimes there were hard things that were said because people have emotion, which is understandable. It's something close to their heart as an employee. And we watched somebody not have prepared answers ready to go to defend. But we watched a caring superintendent. I hear you. If I can state back, can I re-summarize what I think I heard you say? And I don't think that he provided answers for everybody, but he did take away learning and an understanding of where there are some hardships out there. And that's just something that
No, I love that. I love that that's kind of the direction that we started out with the new superintendent is listening. And it's funny, you guys know that I was a DJ for like 8 years, and I have to tell you, the biggest faux pas in DJ land is what we call dead air. Anytime there is that pause, and you just, and I was the oldest jockey where you had the records and you had to, you know, cue everything up and you segue in, and if anything malfunctioned, you gotta be ready to just go. And it is a weakness of mine that I have tried to improve on, but I get sometimes nervous with dead air because it's just so embedded in me, and now dead air, that it's annoying to everyone else, and I apologize if that's happened, but I am trying to listen better. I do, and we've all said as a board, we've really appreciated what Mark has done this last year, and when we're dealing with comments, is to restate concerns from our patrons. And I think it has been a genius way of helping people understand, number one, that they're heard. I think that restating and letting them know that you heard, we heard, I think has helped with, I don't know, a lot of things, and I appreciate that. I will say at the very beginning of when I ran for school board and I was elected to school board, it was actually Kara Sherman that gave me really good advice. And she said to me, you need to be a listener and you need to listen to people who agree with you and that don't agree with you. And I kept that in mind. And I still have that little message because I think that is so crucial as we're dealing with different people. But I think we have a great board, a great leadership team, and I just hope that as we are, I don't know, amping up to more interesting things that will be coming this next year, I hope that we can listen to these two things and do less of the one. And I'm committed to that. I think that I can learn a lot more, so. Thanks. Oh, my goodness, I forgot to pass out the article. You want to take one and pass it? Yeah, give me the article, sorry. That would have been nice to follow along, but then you would have.
Thank you, that was perfect. And I think very timely. So we will now adjourn from our study session and reconvene at 6 o'clock for board meeting.
Our school board meeting tonight, particularly our Silver Lake Coyotes. We're so excited to have you guys here. We're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance by Rob Smith, and then our inspirational thought or reflection will be by Heather Michaelis.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so if this goes horribly wrong, I'm blaming a couple teachers who helped me with this. It's lifting where you stand. It's a principle of power. It refers to grasping those opportunities to do good that lie right in front of us every single day. So I had a couple teachers help me with this, and we wrote a little poem. Today I saw a kindergartner give their treat to another student who didn't receive one. A third grade student hug a friend who fell. A sixth grade student go out of their way to help a first grader feel welcome. Today I heard a teacher telling a coworker how amazing they are. A student thanking an aide for sharing their umbrella. A parent bringing in a treat for a teacher when they had a rough day. It takes a village to raise and build each other up. So regardless if you're a teacher, a student, an aide, an employee, a parent, lift where you stand.
Thank you, Heather. Okay, so we're going to start off doing recognitions for Silver Lake Elementary, and we are going to start off with our student recognitions. So we would like to ask Principal Miller if he would join us at the microphone.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the board. I just want to say thank you for the last 2 years. This has been our second year as a school, and all your support and opening the school and providing everything we need to have this successful last 2 years. So thank you so much. These students have been nominated by the teachers of each grade, and these are amazing kids, incredible kids, and I am so excited and privileged to be part of this recognition for them. For our kindergarten, Braylon Nuttall. Do you want them to come on up? Yes, so come on up, Braylon. Pass the shoes and feel alone up there. Violet. Well, let me just say about Braylon. This year, Braylon has been working so hard on her reading and showing so much confidence and courage, and continue to try even though there have been challenges. She is a great friend and an example to all, and is kind and compassionate. Our first grade student is Violet Brevard. Did I say that right? Oh, I was close. So, Violet stands out in so many ways, especially in her kindness and selflessness. On one occasion, a student brought a treat for their birthday, and there was not enough for everyone. And when they were handed out, Violet saw that there was not enough, so she gave hers to the student. Or waited until made sure that everybody got a treat. So she's thinking about other people first. So we're super proud of her. Our second grade student is Evelyn Scorsoni. And Evelyn is a great helper. Come on up. She's a great helper and always looking out for others in her community. She helps those around her who get hurt or feel sad or need a friend. She displays confidence when she does her own work, and even when it's hard. She never gives up and tries her best and demonstrates courage by making good choices. She always collaborates with her teammates, or classmates, in keeping her classroom clean and a happy learning place. Good job. Our third grade student is Teddy Lindsay. Teddy is a good citizen in our class, working well with others and showing kindness to his fellow students. He is bright and creative, a good communicator, problem solver, and a hard worker, even when things are hard to do. Zoe Burnett is our fourth grade student. Zoe is kind and a friend to everyone, cares about people and actively tries to include everyone. She does things without being asked and searches for opportunities to help both inside and outside the classroom. She is driven to succeed. Our fifth grade student is Grace Forsythe. Grace shows every day how to have character by showing kindness and compassion to all those around her. She is a great example of being kind and compassionate and a great friend to all of her classmates. And our sixth grade student is Adeline Quinn. Addie is always so kind to others and notices their needs and helps them in any way that she can. Addie thinks deeply and is diligent, resilient, and seeks to challenge herself whenever possible and perseveres no matter what the challenge is.
So if we could have all of those who are here to support the students, family, and friends, if you wouldn't mind standing so we could also give you a round of applause. Yes. So Sally, we'd love to hear from you.
My name is Sally Frankum. I'm the president of the Alpine School District Foundation. Our foundation is the philanthropic side of the Alpine School District, where we raise money for all sorts of wonderful things that the district does to aid our community and our children and our teachers. And there's obviously some very special things happening at Silver Lake Elementary. And so now we'd like to honor some of the adult leaders and teachers who have supported the children so much and who have given so much to the Silver Lake community. First of all, the support staff. Allie Link. Let me tell you a little bit about Allie. Allie is one of the most, according to her peers, Allie is one of the most sincere people you will ever meet. She is constantly looking for things to do to help others and works extra hard to make sure those things actually get done. She is kind to all who enter the school and constantly has a smile to share. Obviously, your co-workers and the students and the parents have noticed you. Thank you so much, Allie. The next support staff member we'd like to honor is Michelle Clegg. And these are some of the nice things that were said about you, Michelle. Michelle is one of the hardest workers we have at our school. She is willing to help out teachers, students, or whatever's needed. She's constantly looking for ways to improve her job and taking on new assignments in the middle of the year or whenever she feels like she can aid others. She helps others even if she just has a spare moment. We love having Michelle at our school. And now we have two special Silver Lake Elementary teachers. The first is Rebecca Dupay. Rebecca is an amazing third grade teacher. She works hard with each student at meeting their individual needs and to help each one of them learn and grow. Rebecca is a natural leader, and others look to her, including the faculty and staff, for advice and guidance and thoughtful caring. Rebecca is an excellent part of our staff, and we admire her greatly. Next is Emily, and I apologize for this, Udikansky. Thank you. Thank you so much. Emily, come on up. Emily is a special education teacher, and according to her peers, Emily goes above and beyond what is expected of her. She has more than 50 students that she works with and does a great job at meeting the goals and needs of all 50 of those students. She's an extremely kind person who is always looking out for others, and she builds and uplifts the entire Silver Lake Elementary community. Thank you so much, Emily, for all your work. Next, we have a couple of very special parent volunteers. The first is Colleen Olson. Colleen, are you here? She's probably busy volunteering.
She's at the school.
Oh yeah, okay, there you go, I was right. Let me just tell you a little bit about Colleen. Colleen Olson is a retired elementary school teacher who has grandchildren at Silver Lake. She actually does not live in the school boundaries, but she comes every Monday and Tuesday to help kindergarten students improve their literacy skills. And the Silver Lake community appreciates all the time, effort, and energy she puts into helping these kinder kids learn. Thank you, Colleen. The next volunteer is Adele Curtis. Adele is one of those parents that is constantly looking for ways to help. She even volunteered to take home lamination and cut it out over the weekend. She can be found helping out with any activity at school, from volunteering in the classroom to taking down the book fair late into the evening. We couldn't survive without our parent volunteers, and Adele is one of the best. Thank you so much, Adele. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, on behalf of all the students and staff at Silver Lake Elementary, I just want to tell you how amazing your students are and how amazing your families are, and your loved ones that have served so much to our school community, and we're so thankful for them and love them and appreciate them. Just a reflection of all the great people that we have at Silver Lake. Silver Lake is in its second year as a school, and in some respects it's kind of like our first year, because there was a lot of things that we couldn't do last year due to COVID restrictions. That's a lot of activities and a lot of events we postponed to this year. So we're still trying to figure things out as if it was like our first year on events and activities. But we've had successful 2 years though, and we're very proud of our students and our staff. We have seen remarkable growth in our students' academic achievement due to our intervention programs that we put into place, specifically to target individual students' specific needs. We created what we call as Coyote Time, which is an intervention time, wherein teachers and highly trained aides provide direct small group instruction and intervention at each grade level, every day for 30 minutes to an hour. We use the 95% program as our instructional intervention tool, and our literacy interventionists and our PLC coach direct that work. We have established our own OEK double dosing type program for our kindergartners who are struggling with learning how to read, and they get an additional 45 minutes of instruction each day for 5 days a week. We have expanded our other learning opportunities for our students with before and after school classes and programs like ballroom dance, Chinese class, choir, computer coding club, musical theater, orchestra, and last year we had a sign language class. We continue to promote our Silver Lake 10 C's, which is the same as the district's 6 C's, but we've added, because I'm an overachiever, our 4 C's of courage, confidence, compassion, and community. And these dispositions are important to all of us at Silver Lake Elementary as we strive to support all of our students to embody these personal traits and to help them to become their best selves, preparing them to be their best adult self and leader in the future. The hallmark of Silver Lake Elementary is not just our opportunities that we provide and our academic growth, but it is the culture that we have established at Silver Lake. It is the foundation to everything we've achieved and everything that we do. The culture at Silver Lake Elementary is uber positive, nurturing, supportive, and enriching. Anyone who walks into the school will notice a palatable welcome and love, the palpable love and welcoming spirit that the school has. This is a tribute to our amazing staff, students, and patrons, which is the crown of all that we do. As we strive each day to live by my personal motto of the happiest place to learn. It's a great school, and it is a privilege and a blessing to work with such amazing people. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Principal Miller. I absolutely adore the Silver Lake community, and one of the things that I hear most often at Silver Lake is laughter. Everyone likes, we've got some really fun people who work there, who really love their jobs, love our students, like to have fun, and it is absolutely what Principal Miller stated. It is a feeling when you walk into the school that just so welcoming, and you guys have created something absolutely beautiful, and I'm appreciative for everyone who's contributed to that, so thank you. We're actually done with our part of recognition, so it is totally appropriate if you have come here to take pictures of your child to wave goodbye to us so that you can go home and do other things. You're also welcome to stay, but it is totally appropriate at this point for you to stand up and exit, and thank you so much for coming here. We appreciate it. Thank you. And you guys will now notice that there are many empty seats. So just like a teacher would sometimes say, if you want to move to the front of the room, you can choose to do so. If you want to stay in your seat, that's also acceptable. Okay, so our next part of our board meeting is our community comments. And I believe that we have 3 community comments tonight. So first one is Carrie Sigwa, second is Stephanie Grant, and third is Tiffany Barker. And I don't have my sheet that says all the things. Oh, here it is. This is why I'm new at this. Okay, there's time on the agenda to allow for up to 30 minutes for public comment. This opportunity will be reserved for patrons living within the Alpine School District boundary. Individuals living outside of the ASD boundaries can submit written comment. 10 patrons will each be given a maximum of 3 minutes to address the Board of Education. Written comments can be submitted at alpineschools.org/schoolboard. Personnel issues are not appropriate discussion items for an open meeting environment. If you have a personnel concern, please contact a member of the administration or put your concern in writing and address it to the Board of Education. So Carrie, if you'd like to come up to the microphone.
Okay, well, as you mentioned, my name is Carrie Sigwa, and just as a quick brief introduction, I am one of the parents who had filed a complaint with Mountain View. So now you have a face with the name back in 2020. And first of all, we'd really like to say thank you so much for the past few months. It was a pleasure to meet with school board member President Clement, as well as Sarah Beeson. We appreciate the thoughtfulness and your time and dedication in hearing our voices in trying to resolve and make Alpine School District better for our students and our parents in the community. It has been tremendous going through this process and change. With that, we also want to say thank you to the district and the district officials who have also spent the time listening to us and helping us along as we are now embarking on the federal investigation with OCR, the Department of School Board, the U.S. Department of Education School Board, and the Office of Civil Rights, known as OCR. One of the things that brings me here tonight is something that was brought to our attention and is rather a big concern for us, as we found out that one of our school board members has actually been telling our community that they wish that we as parents had gone to the school board first before filing litigation. Now, that for us is a huge concern, as first of all, the second point, we haven't filed litigation. There is no litigation, and that can easily be solved for anybody looking. Parents, we have always taken the opportunity to come and have an open door and discuss and try to resolve the issues that are out there. So there is no litigation. So we want to assure this board member who has heard that or maybe misunderstood, there is no litigation from us as parents. We want to resolve and move forward and really help our students find success here. And really, the first one, saying that we did not reach out to the board members, we also want to ensure we have. Our very first thing is went to our board member, Wilson, and said, we have an issue. We are really concerned about what's going on, and we need to find a resolution for that. And unfortunately, we were met with a lot of retaliation. And as the investigation went down further on the line, we received a letter from the school board attorney telling us not to speak to any more of our board members. And just to help you guys understand that, I don't know if this is good to hand out, Dave, but there is a QR code, so you can actually see that information there. And we also have information for you to look at as well. Sorry, I'll wrap this up really fast. To let you know of the investigations that OCR is currently doing. There are 6 ongoing investigations against Alpine School District, 3 of which are for Mountain View, which is really sad for us. So, thank you. And then last, if anything is coming up, as a precept to what Davis County is going through right now, it is what their findings are, the settlement with Davis School District. And that's very close to what Alpine School District is facing, which we as parents are doing our best to avoid, but can assure that our recommendations to the Office of Civil Rights is going to be much more detailed and in-depth than what has been given to Davis. A lot of changes need to be made, and we are working hard with a very grateful administration here at the district to try and resolve those. So we hope that this board member who is out there telling our community that we're not willing to work understands that that is not the case at all, and we do not want that board member to unravel all of the hard work that has been put in by parents and district administration to try and resolve this. We're here and our goal is to help all students find success, and when students are shut out and falling through the cracks, that's a problem, and it's unfortunate that our students cannot feel like they are a part of the school, a part of the district, and that they don't belong and are forced to move out. So thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Karen. So Stephanie. Okay, Stephanie Grant. And I'm not sure if this is my third or fourth time coming to speak to you guys about the charges that you put on the parents. And real quickly, how many people are out there in the hall right now? Is that disrupting your meeting? Because that sure is louder than people knocking on the window or honking the horn. But we're approaching a year now that parents have been charged. They've had to provide their own lawyers. They've had to take time out of their lives. It's disrupted their lives. And you guys get to hide behind the American Fork Police Department and act like you're not pressing charges. And you keep saying you're not pressing charges, but when we have the grandma request of Mike Browning saying, I can read it to you, but I'm sure you guys have read it, of Mike Browning saying we want to press charges against these parents for knocking on the window. The one parent, Aaron, that you're charging, he knocked for 8 seconds. And you criminally charged a parent for knocking on a window for 8 seconds that you illegally locked out of the meeting. Your meeting was, you guys made a few errors, but this is why I know your case is not going to go well, because you locked the meeting, and then you opened the next one. I came and spoke at that meeting, and then you locked us out again. So you locked us out twice. So when you're trying to claim it was COVID or all those different things, that doesn't hold up in court. And you guys, you know you broke the law when you let a whole team come in, and you kept us out there. And you also let other people come in when I was out on the steps, handpicked different people that wanted to come in if they weren't there to speak up for their children on masking or not wanting CRT in our schools. David Smith was allowing certain members out there to just walk through. I just can't believe we're still doing this to parents. And the problem is it's out and people know. And a lot of you are up for re-election, and a lot of these parents become delegates. So when you're out campaigning, I'm pretty sure you're not campaigning to the district. You're campaigning to parents, right? You're speaking with parents, and the word is spread, and parents know that Alpine School District charged parents. So you were elected to represent parents, not to represent the board. You're each hired for an area that you represent the parents in your area. And something happened, I don't know what happened, but where that message, you totally forgot that was your role in being on the board, is to help parents have a voice in our children's education. And then not only locking us out was insane, but then the fact that we're still standing here a year later and that they're still fighting us in court. 2 parents. One girl honked her horn. That might be annoying to you, but it's not criminal. And someone else knocked for 8 seconds on the door. And I don't know, what would you guys do if you're the parents? What would you guys suggest that we do when we're trying to get the message out and we're trying to work together, but that's not happening. It's not happening when the message is out. And I just want to say good luck in your campaigning. And I think the best thing for your campaign would be to apologize and at the very least drop the charges and put up a public apology, because I don't think that's the image you guys want going forward, that's how Alpine School District conducts business with parents. I can't believe this is, I think it's my 4th time actually speaking on this, and hopefully I don't have to come back next month. Hopefully you guys are finally gonna be like, you know what, we do look ridiculous and we do this.
Thanks, Stephanie. Tiffany Barker.
So I was also at that meeting where the parents were charged. And I talked to Ada at a meet and greet. And I did film, but if you look at my Facebook, I film every single, I'm a state and county delegate. I film everything I go to. And I didn't tell any other candidates that were being filmed, just friends, because you just said I told other people. I didn't. You can go back and watch. Friends that would come and talk to me, I'd say, hey, I'm on Facebook Live, so they don't say something between us as friends. But every other candidate got filmed, just so you know, just so we're clear. Anyway, I was talking to Ada, and I said, the hard thing for me is that we're the parents, and you guys, like Steph said, you're our advocates. Like, you're the ones we elect. We don't elect Kim Burns or David Stevenson. We elect you guys. You're the ones that we want to feel like we can talk to. And the masking of the kids was so horrific, and everybody is not the same. And Ada even mentioned to me, she said, it breaks my heart. I heard a story of a child who cannot wear a mask because of childhood trauma. And she said, so now I see it. And I'm like, we told you that. The whole time we told you that. That's what we were saying at meetings is people reached out to us and said, I don't dare say this and I don't want to implicate my child, but they can't wear a mask because something horrible happened as a child. They had their hand covered their mouth. I mean, that's the hard thing is I appreciate that you heard that now, but that's what we were trying to say. That's what we said in meetings, locked out on the steps, on Zoom, with you guys telling me, I can hear you, I can hear that, and then we listen back, you cannot catch a word that I said. You can understand our frustration. I'm, as I said, a county and state delegate, and I have people reaching out to me now saying, what happened with the district? What is that about? And I say, oh, okay, well, here's the video. You can talk to my kids. I mentioned to Ada that my daughter was coming, she was gonna get extra credit in a class to come and speak to the school board. She gets locked out on the steps. So then she gets to report back to her class, oh, I never made it in. I had to sit outside in the steps and we were cold. I don't know how you can repair that trust. You guys are supposed to be their friends. You're supposed to be our advocates, right? You come, you're not campaigning there, you're campaigning to us at these meet and greets with all the rest of the candidates. Our ties to the national organizations is really alarming. That does not represent Utah, does not represent us as parents. And people are looking for, we're going around you to figure out what we want to do for children's education. Ada even mentioned a lot of people don't come to meetings anymore and speak. Why do you think? What kind of message did you send to parents that were concerned, that were involved, and would come to speak? 2 are criminally charged. People are locked out. People know what's happening. And that was not crazy. It was not. My 3 kids were there knocking on the windows. And Aaron knocked. 8 seconds. I mean, you heard Steph say, this is all public in the trial, in the case, right? 8 seconds. The last thing I want to say is, just please know that we want to have good people support us, and I do believe that you are good people, but when you hide behind the board, you lose the individualization of reaching out to people. The board can't do this, the board can't do this, the board didn't charge, the board didn't do this. No, you guys did. We have the emails, we have the grandma, we want this communication because you are our advocates. The district has 80,000 students, I understand that, but we have to be able to feel like we can approach you and be heard and have conversation. And even if you don't want to hear it, we all have stuff we don't want to hear. So anyways, I appreciate you listening. I do appreciate your service. I know it's a lot, but please do better on reaching out to parents and don't charge people when they're trying to get into a meeting unless they absolutely deserve it. These 2 did not deserve it.
Thanks, Tiffany. Okay, Superintendent, on to our routine business.
Thank you, Board Member King. You have received your routine business for the month, include the LEA-specific licenses.
That's fine. Have you been to board meetings before? Do you understand the protocol? Okay, so it's just 3 minutes, and if it's a personnel issue, we ask that you reach out to us as a board member, and because we don't discuss personnel matters, I'm trying to figure out all the other details. And just to confirm that you reside within ASD boundaries? Okay, perfect. If you won't mind stating your name for the record, please.
My name is Annie Taylor. Annie Taylor. And I'm just coming here as a citizen. I'm a new delegate. This is my first time running as a delegate or being elected. And I just wanted to request, actually, if you guys would, the ones that are up for election, if you could hold a open house or a meet and greet or some kind of town hall where we can talk to you and get some questions answered for deciding who we want to vote for. That'd be super helpful. A debate would be awesome. I would appreciate that too. But I've had tons of time to be able to meet with the people that are up for election, your opponents. But I haven't had a chance, or any organized events for the ones that aren't, to be able to see where you stand on different things. And if it comes down to the election day and I don't know, I haven't had a chance, I will vote for the ones that I've already talked to. But I would like to have it be fair and talk to everybody and make an educated decision. And I'm actually here representing 70 delegates that have all signed papers and want this. So I'd appreciate it if you guys would listen and please do this before the election, because the general consensus is if it doesn't happen, we'll just vote for the ones we've already talked to and we know how they feel about different things. But we want it to be fair and give you guys a chance. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Superintendent?
Any other public comments? Not that I see. Okay, we can proceed with the business. So you have received your routine business for the month. That includes the LEA-specific licenses, the student expulsion, and the student trip request. With the student trip request, I just want to clarify a challenge that we're running into with CTE student groups who win state competitions and qualify for national competitions. If the first place winner receives state and district funding to pay for that, the second and third place, or the runner-up to that, would need to be funded by themselves. If the number one person, the person who got first place cannot go, then we turn to a second place person, and that is funded by the state and local CTE funds. What we're asking for is board approval for the winners of those competitions, if they do place first, to approve that trip. There wouldn't be a parent meeting because it's just one student, but it is a state, or it is a trip, out-of-state trip. The parent would need to give permission for that student to participate in that activity. So what we're asking for in the student trip request is to support the winners of those state competitions to go to national competitions.
Thank you, Superintendent. So I will entertain a motion.
I move that we accept the routine business.
Second it.
Okay, so I have a first from Board Member Hacken and a second from Board Member Clement. Any discussion?
I just personally want to say how wonderful the CTE programs are, and the skills that the kids learn and the things, the projects they do are outstanding. So if we can help them represent Utah on a national level, I would love to see them do that.
Any other discussion?
So clarify for me, when a student wins a competition like this and ends up going on to national, who goes with them as their chaperone? Is that the teacher? Is that the parent? Does it depend on the competition?
They usually have the school representative go with them.
There are chaperones based on our guidelines.
Right, I'm just curious as to what that, it comes up so quickly, I don't, does it depend on maybe how many kids are going?
Sometimes it's a school person if they're available, sometimes it's a parent that goes with them, depending on the situation.
Okay, so we have a motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that motion passes unanimously. Superintendent, our first discussion action item.
Yes, we would recommend the board approve the 2022-2023 fee schedule and spend plans. We had discussed those last board meeting as well. So we recommend your approval.
So I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the 2022-23 fee schedules and spend plans. Fee schedule and spend plans.
So I have a first by Board Member Wilson and a second by Board Member Bateman. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great, we are just rocking and rolling. Okay, so Superintendent.
Yes, invite Kimberly Bird to the podium, Executive Director of Internal Relations and Operations, oversees our policy committee. We have policy 1300, which is student and staff memorials, and she can answer any questions that you have on that. I believe you've had a chance to review that as a board. Appreciate the policy committee who has done work on that to revise that committee. Appreciate Kimberly and her work with that committee. We recommend your approval of those policy changes.
So just as a little bit of background on this particular policy, this is new to us, and there are not a whole lot of districts that have student and staff memorial policies. So we modeled ours after a couple of districts who started off on this particular policy. But what it does is it helps us align our practices, because sometimes, not intentionally but unintentionally, we might put something in place, attach it to a school, put out a communication that doesn't follow what is the current guidance for privacy, for FERPA, those sorts of things. And it just does us well when we've got a nice policy in place that would address the sensitivity to the loss of student and staff members. And honestly, about 10 or 15 years ago, we probably didn't see quite as many deaths, which is just very, very unfortunate. But as we have seen an uptick in suicide, but other deaths not related to suicide, whether it's an accident, an illness, anything really that has taken a life of a staff member or student, it just helps us to be uniform in how we address them and not over-memorialize things, and also not treat people differently based on how we perceive that death resonating. Does that make sense? So that's some of the background behind it. Because it was so new, the other two districts that put out a policy also had some research backing behind it, because it's such a sensitive matter that they felt like they wanted to look and read from the experts on the research of how do people deal with death, and how do some people take it? Is it pretty much the same reaction from everyone when somebody passes away? And we have found that people deal with it differently. So we wanted to put a lot of explanation in our statement portion of the policies. You can see it's much greater than we've had before. I had one of you reach out after we first sent it out and say, hey, I really don't like this particular section. It quotes research, and it has a link to the article that has been broadly used. We're doing this temporarily to help build the culture and to help build an understanding for why we are doing this, but also to bring, again, the uniformity to these sensitive situations.
I was just going to mention too, on behalf of the policy team, that this policy is meant to be a collaborative process with the parents and the family working together with the school. And there have been many eyes that this has gone through with HR and everything, even to a legal lens, to make sure that we are following proper procedure. But this was a difficult one, I think, for all of us. Especially, we've had some incidents just almost during this time that we were creating the policy. But we didn't hear back from anyone else, so we're hoping that tonight you'll join with us and pass policy 1300.
I have a quick comment, and I apologize this did not come to you in a more timely manner, but I have been out of town with some of our students since Thursday, so I didn't get the board docs until I was already hip deep in kids stuff. My only concern on the policy was when I was reading through it, in the procedures at the bottom, it talks about how no district or school person will use social media or anything to talk about the death. I don't love that section because I know some of the situations we've had in our area, the team that child is on, or somebody else might put it up so that they can share a fundraising link, or they can share something to assist the family. And I do think that there would need to be some type of, we don't want to be sharing just something that the family doesn't want shared, but sharing the information that has already gone out to the community, or sharing positive thoughts about that student. I don't know that I have a problem with that, and so I'm wondering why specifically we've added that. If there's a legal reason, and if there is not, is there a way that we could think about, striking that, or rethinking just that section of the policy? The rest of it I think is great. I just know that like one of the recent losses in my area was on a couple of different teams, and both teams did like a fundraiser for the family, and did some things, and I recognize that doesn't happen for every single student, but I think it's part of the grieving process for some of our students.
I don't know if you had a chance to read the research behind it, but it brings up a lot of those different points. I want to make 2 points. I want to talk about our partner, State Risk Management, and how they weighed in specifically on the new section of communication. Mm-hmm. But then secondly, for the exact reason that you've explained, it might be well with some, but it's not well with all. If everyone felt and reacted the same way to a death, or if parents felt the same way about the information going out, one of the unfortunate things is I think it's more of a staff situation that we push something out without making it very clear that we have worked in partnership with the family. And so as we worked with State Risk Management, this is the section that they feel like is safe, that if someone were to say, you put my family's information out there, or you didn't fundraise, do a GoFundMe for my child, is it because you didn't think the most of them? And so that's why we don't get into the category of fundraising for some and not for others. The research will specifically quote that we don't create these as a school entity. That's more for what a community does. That's the role of community. The role of school is to recognize that death will impact individuals differently. And that's the role that we've got to stay in, that doesn't cause us to look like we're favoring one over another. And we need to make sure that anything that's going out about a minor, because of privacy and sensitivity, is done in coordination and collaboration with the family. That they are giving us permission to push something out. We will push out what they would like us to push out, with an exception of, we won't run from our end a fundraiser because we don't do it for all.
Right, and I should have clarified, they weren't doing their own fundraisers, they were contributing and sharing.
Like they could do it through PTA, because that's a separate entity. PTA could totally do it.
I guess I'm a little bit worried about this one, because obviously any group that's a subgroup of the school with a team or whatever needs to follow all of our policies in regards to social media and whatever they put on their official page. And so I think that's going to be a little bit tricky. So I guess I'm just a little bit concerned. So
I guess, do we need a motion on this before we go?
I think the intent was to have Kimberly share some information generally so you're aware of the work that's been done, and then at a point a board member could make a motion to approve, and then we could get into discussion on specifics of it. So the intention was just to give some background information, and then if there's a motion, we can move into discussion.
Okay. Well, I guess I just wanted to comment that sometimes on social media, our intent is really good. We can't always control what is in the comments of social media, and I just am aware of that.
that's a hard thing for me to sanction, the possibility that negative or less than helpful things might be posted on a social media site.
At this point, I would like to move that we move this to an action item to approve this policy.
I would like a second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Board Member Hackett and a second by Board Member Wilson. Any discussion? I'll hop on this one because I did communicate with Kimberly pretty early on about some hesitations I had. The two pieces, first off, there's a section where it talks about how we encourage administrators to attend funerals. I think it might be better if we say it's appropriate for administrators to attend funerals. There may be dynamics, particularly with specifically student suicide, where if a parent feels that the school environment contributed to a student's suicide, that they may be uncomfortable with administrators attending that. And we obviously want to always defer to the family, particularly a grieving family. So I would like to see that piece slightly altered just so that we take into account dynamics within that family and those circumstances. The other piece I had a concern about was in the policy statement at the very beginning. My concern about the policy statement is, first off, it's very, very long. I would eliminate the second paragraph and even the last sentence of the first paragraph. I understand that the point of this is to try and create a new culture and some guardrails around that. To me, it's more appropriate to include that in administrator communication than in official policy. And I know there's a belief that we can alter the policy later once we feel like some of those guardrails are more kind of ingrained in our culture and occurring. And I understand that and respect it. I would just prefer if that was sent out in communication and not actually included in the policy, and that's just a preference. I feel like statement policies should be short and brief, and I worry that by including research, which sometimes can change and alter, and okay, I understand, once again, we're talking about potentially like altering this in a year. It just makes more sense to me because we've seen policies that do not age well, whether it is health policies from the 80s that heavily, refer to AIDS and HIV or other things. I just would prefer that we keep the information short and then just defer to administrator communication. But that's a personal preference, and I will respect the majority of the board.
I shared your thoughts with the board, and they understood too the lengthiness of it. And I think where they were resonating is, let's get it out there temporarily and make sure that we revisit it in a year. But they totally felt where you were coming from and understood that feedback.
Can I just respond to that? I think in the event of a death, emotions are high and good intentions are, people are well-intended. They want to do what's right to help the family in their grief. And I think that it's not always intuitive that some of these good intentions are not helpful. And I think we're changing the culture here. And I think that it helps our public to understand that we're actually driven by research and data on this, and not just this is what the district says you should do or should not do. But there's some background for this policy that's to follow. And I think because it is precedent setting, this is brand new, I would prefer to include the research for the time being.
Well, and I will say, I appreciate this. Unfortunately, in some of my schools, this has been not an uncommon thing. And it makes me incredibly sad that we have to have the policy in place in the first place. I will say that I have been appreciative that we do provide district resources to assist principals in communicating with parents and communicating with the community. And I know from experiences I've had with parents that the way in which we have handled it, I'm very appreciative, and I appreciate the fact that those resources do exist for our administrators, because I agree with Board Member Wilson that in grief, it is hard to sometimes
make thoughtful decisions. And I respect where this is coming from. I just, like I said, my preference is that it goes through administrator communication.
I told the committee, because we were discussing that, we talked about this for quite a while this morning. And I've had some situations where people not knowing the research and not understanding, but really, really well-intentioned, were suggesting that we do some things that really would have been very disconcerting for the family. And when I was able to suggest some research to them, they went, oh, okay, I didn't know. So my feeling, or I think the feeling of the committee, is to leave this paragraph in for a year, let it get established, and then we can modify it when we feel like we have that culture set and those expectations set appropriately.
And I think we were nervous a little bit too, because if you just read it, it doesn't, it's kind of like Ada said, it's not intuitive. It almost can sound cold and uncaring, but there was a reason or context behind it with the research. And so I think the idea is so people that when they go into this policy that they're able to understand the context of why it was written. But I do agree, Julie, and this was part of the discussion as well. We are very aware that every principal will deal with things differently based on their community, and it will look a little bit different. And the policy is meant to be a guideline and a framework for those principals to be able to look at and do what they need to do in the best interest of the family, closest to the student that has died, and to do those things that would be appropriate. And so we were kind of stepping lightly because it kind of can read a little cold, like no memorials, no, but when you understand the background. But we also are aware at the same time that every school will look different and every community will look different. Every principal has a different relationship in that community, and that they will be able to maybe do things, and it is appropriate to do things just a little bit differently based on that.
Okay, so I am not comfortable passing this with 5.2.2.3. And I apologize, I didn't read it as we were the district when I went through the first time, we as in the school board. I think.
Do you read that? Could you, what is the number again?
5.2.2.3, the social media platforms. And if we want to put a parameter on it, but I think what, maybe, I don't know if this is part of your conversation, but when communication goes out from administration, it only goes to the parents at that school. And our communities are pretty tight-knit, and social media is fast. So we can say we're not going to do it, and then our pages will be filled with it, or other pages where we can't really kind of control that conversation. And so I think it's important, especially, I mean, people get scared, right, when something happens, like what happened? How does this affect my kid? Maybe my kid doesn't go to that same school, but they knew them and they were together. And I think the three of us who utilize social media most often, we always just copy and paste whatever was sent from the school.
And we recognize that that was your point
and
in
so,
doing it.
And also, just as point of information, PTA cannot do fundraisers for individuals, so just throwing that out that they can't do that. And I understand that it doesn't happen for everyone, but I think our community members look to us for leadership, right? And they look to us when there's information that they don't have or they don't know. I think people start to get really, really nervous when people are chatting and they don't know. And so for me, I think it's better when we're able to share what is gone, and then there are conversations that happen in the other homes that maybe wouldn't have been there. Or like recently we had something that has affected students in 2 different schools, but only one communication went out, right? Mm-hmm. But my community at the other school was equally rocked. And so
So I'm going to give you a little bit of background. Media knows that they cannot get information of our minors from us as a school district. We know that we do not give individual student information out. Because we didn't put a statement in there as we were working with parents to make sure that we're clarifying that, information went out like it was broad information, and that's what so yeah, just because we have social media users and you guys are pushing out things that we've pushed out, you're pushing out the information we've pushed out. We've got to make the correction from within, understanding the privacy laws. This is why we ran it through our state insured group. We also ran it through legal. to say, what are the privacy issues and constraints? There might be some families that, I know in a couple of the recent unfortunate situations that the family, they wanted their information out. So as long as that family wants to work and ask for our support in that, to put it out there, we will. But there are other incidences that you may not be aware of where we've had some individuals pass from different ways. And we don't treat everybody and all of those information similar. And once we say, we will for you this, somebody has a door opening to say, you're treating me differently. My child's death was not felt the same way, and those are the reasons why, is we ask for people to weigh in and to help guide us on this, what would keep us in the least amount of risk. This is the guidelines that we've been given. We've known for many years that these are minor students and we do not give out their information. That's why you look at any report, that's why the media will reach out to David and say, can you tell us the name of the student? And we always say, that's not our information to share, and the parent has not asked us to share that information. That's a standard statement that we give. That's been our practice for a long time. We did push out information, we recognize that. And anyone who shared it, they shared it because it was given in that manner. We're trying to clean up our practice to make sure that we're working in partnership with the parent. It's their child, and it's their sensitivity. And we also understand from research that kids are impacted differently. It's upsetting to some kids that their classmate passed. And how they passed also impacts it. And so we can't treat all of them similarly. So the best recommendation is to keep our policy very general and very specific and coordinated with the parent. That's the whole thinking and background behind it. I appreciate everything that has been said. I appreciate the conversation that the policy team has had. And I think we leave it with the recommendation to clean up a word. It was not, we encourage,
it's appropriate.
It's
for
appropriate for
administrators to attend a funeral.
And then secondly, that paragraph, I think after a year we really could remove it. The truth is that we want this policy to be understood by the general public so that they don't think that we're being very harsh and cold. I agree. I think it is a lot of words and we can remove that in a year. We just want people to understand why we are sensitive to how people deal with this.
Board member, as the originator of the motion, may I say that I would like to amend my motion to include on 4.2, it is appropriate for school administrators to attend viewing and funeral services. So I amend my motion.
Board Member Wilson, I think I made the motion, didn't I?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yes, so Board Member Hacken made the motion, sorry, I didn't even look at my notes, and then Board Member Wilson seconded. So I think it can also be a friendly amendment if Board Member Hacken is willing to accept the amendment.
I can accept that changing wording as a friendly amendment.
I accept.
Okay, so it's we're still gonna go with Board Member Hacken made the motion, Board Member Wilson seconded it, friendly amendment. We're all happy and in agreement, right? We're good. Okay. Okay. Any further discussion?
Can I just ask a question? So the intention on this, as I look at the exact language here in 5.2.2.3, what we're really trying to say is that the school and the district are not going to use social media platforms to do this. But you're not saying that somebody else, like the Glee Club or something, if they wanted to do it, are you thinking that anything that's part of the school or just the official school?
I'm saying the official school, what we'll do is we'll meet with that parent, understanding it's a very difficult time, share with them a general statement, ask if this is something that's approved by them, and also allow them to know and understand who the audience will be. if they feel, let's take a student that recently passed so unfortunately, where a family, we had a young man just pass in the night. And they wanted information out about him. And that is one of those scenarios that we could say we worked closely with the family. This is what they directed us and collaborated with us to do. We pushed that out. That in that way, that would be appropriate. But generally, what we won't, our role is to be communicator of information either to a 4th grade class because their classmate or teacher has passed, or if it's more like a secondary school where it's somebody who interacts with lots of kids and lots of classes and lots of teachers, that it's to the parents of those. But truly, we won't do anything that a parent doesn't want us to put out there, and that's been our practice. And probably the reason why we don't know it is because we didn't advertise that we weren't doing it, if that makes sense.
So that point, I just don't see the words you're saying, that if the parent wants to do it, then we will, in this policy. Could we amend like 5.2.2.3 to say, recognize the sense of nature, we will not use social media platforms or broadcast the loss of a student unless the parents approve?
Yes, unless the
directed by the
parent.
parents.
And let's not use directed because let's take this into the worst case scenario. That a parent directed us to say this because they had a horrible, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You guys,
I'm just wondering if we could put some
Yeah.
language in there that describes really what you're
Mark,
talking.
go back to
And I think
5.1.
Mark's there at my concern, because my concern is the school and district will not use. That's a no.
That's not our practice.
That's
Our
not our
practice is not
practice.
to use social media.
So if
Because the media picks that up. These are minor students. It's not
I
our practice.
understand, but it is.
It's
Will not
recently
use
being
as a
used.
change from what has been happening, and not just board members pushing out information, but also subgroups of the school pushing out information that has been happening. So my question is that what we're saying is that we're changing that and we are no longer allowing individual groups to do that? Or are we saying they won't initiate sharing of information about the loss of a student or staff member or something like that? Do you see how those are different? Like, to me, I can see why we're saying that we don't want everybody to hear from the football team, you know, but if the football team shares something that already went out from the principal with the parents' approval, I'm not sure that's a problem.
Okay.
And I don't
You
think
see where I'm
5.2.
thinking it's different?
One word.
Yeah, but the truth is
But
this.
this is a different point that says.
But they were leaders.
This is why we're weighing in on saying it's not our practice to do. I'm going to go to another one that might seem extreme but could happen, that we have a group of seniors who get involved with doing a senior activity or prank. They jump off of something and one of their lives is lost. And then all of a sudden there becomes attack between it was your fault, it was your fault. And for us to have any school nexus of a social media post that pushes out about any event that took the life of a child like that, it's just not our practice. I'm just saying it would be the exception of policy to put something out that we direct from the school district on the death. We will send a caring, thoughtful letter in coordination with a family so that we have the wishes of the family with us. There are other means of the community that can push other information out as they see fit. But is the school supposed to be the means of that? No, and they haven't in the past.
I think if you go back to 5.1, that's really key. School administration will obtain written permission from the student or staff member's family before sending electronic communication about the loss to classmates or parents of classmates. That's the point at which a principal or administrator would talk to the parents and say, how would you like us to handle this? How would you like us to word this? How would you feel about someone taking this communication and putting it on social media? That's a conversation between the family and
and the administrator that is a key conversation, so that we understand how they're going to approach that loss and how they want that broadcast. So to me, those two are very closely related. And so to me, the implication is if the family has indicated a wish for the school to give a certain kind of communication, then we will do it. And
It's
if
a
they don't,
protection
then
of
we
the
won't.
minor.
Does that make sense?
And I don't think that's
Suggestion
what
here,
this says, I don't think that's what this says. It says will not use.
So listen to my suggestion. I would suggest that we vote this down, work on it further, and move then to send it back, because there are things here, what you're saying is not the way it reads, right? And so I think we should just vote this down and then move it back and work on it further before we pass it.
Can I just make a comment, just one more comment about emails we can control. People don't, pardon me?
But the state risk weighed in on this, and they said people can make comments. That was one of their, that's one of their requests.
I just worry about the volatile nature of social media. That's my only concern in abandoning.
And luckily,
that.
we haven't been in that situation, but again, that's why these things are in place.
So we can turn off commenting, like if I think for most of us, it's just trying to share information so that people understand what really happened. It's very simple to go to a post, you post it, you turn off commenting. Nobody can make a comment, but they still have access to the information, so then they can talk about it. I think that's a simple solution there.
I would like to hear Stacy's suggestion on how you'd like to see 5.2.2.3 reworded. What would be maybe a better way of saying that?
I don't like it at all. I would like to eliminate it, that's what I'd like.
Okay, so this is, yeah, so I'm gonna just see what happens here. So there's been lots of discussion. So I think we should I'm gonna call for a vote, because we've got a first by Board Member Hacken, second by Board Member Wilson. So all in favor of approving policy 1300 with the, yes, with the agreed upon edits we made. 4.2. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay.
Are you gonna have to?
So I think it was a 4-3 vote. So can yays raise their hands just because
Yeah, that's what.
Okay, so it's a 4-3 vote. So, board members Bateman, Bonner, and King opposed. Okay.
Thank you.
So that policy passes with the amendment. Superintendent.
The next discussion action item is the 2022 spend plan revisions. So these are the spend plans that were approved last year that were need to be revised during the year, and we are under obligation to make sure that those revisions are approved by the board, and we recommend your approval.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
Can I clarify? So these are the spend plan revisions that already came to us as individual board members, that individual board members have already approved, but the entirety of the board has not yet approved. Is that?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Then I'll move to approve our 2022 spend plan revisions.
Okay, so I have a motion by board member Bonner and a second by board member Bateman. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, superintendent.
Yes, we appreciate American Fork Mayor Brad Frost being here in the audience with us, and City Manager David Bunker. Appreciate you sitting through all this. I apologize your item wasn't up on the agenda, but you run a city agenda and know how items work. So appreciate you being here with us. Board members received in your packet the American Fork City Interlocal Agreement that has been reviewed by our budget team. It is Resolution 2022-001, and we recommend your discussion and approval of that interlocal agreement. Yes, we'll turn some time to our business administrator, Rob Smith, who has worked with the city on some work through the recommendations on that and some adjustments, so thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Appreciate working with the mayor and with Mr. Bunker. We've worked on this for a couple years now, and the agreement you have before you is very different than the one that was initially sent. And you'll recall we met jointly with the American Fork City Council, our board and council, several months ago over at their place. And the question was, what additional work do we have to do on this agreement? This is our #1 priority. There are projects coming off, and we'd like to continue investing in the community. So we went back and looked at a couple ideas. So I want to highlight just a few things for you in the revised agreement. The tax increment for this project was reduced to a 60% participation. There was a cap installed for 65 million or 20 years, whichever comes first. Currently, the revenue from this project, looking at base year values of just over 26 million, is about 125,000. The area is primarily agricultural. With the project, it'll generate about $3.4 million annually to the school district. Without the project, it's estimated that development of the property, just allowing it to occur, will generate about 26 million in incremental value. With the project, about 72 million. But that's not the best part. The best part is a potential benefit for our teachers and our staff. And this is something very unique. And it was an idea that was tossed around. And that was to provide an incentive, a housing incentive, up to 7.6 million, if I remember correctly, 7.6 million, where 65% of that amount will go towards Alpine School District teachers and staff. All of you know affordable housing is a big deal, and it's a big deal for our teachers. And whether it's a 15,000 home acquisition incentive, or if it's a monthly rental allowance incentive, pretty unique when it comes to that. And I think that addresses one of your 3 priorities, and that is to recruit and retain and reward the very best teachers. That's what's going to translate to the best results for students. And that also brings stable families and households, which makes great communities like American Fork. So those are just a couple highlights I wanted to bring. And again, thank publicly the mayor and David for their willingness to work with us, because it has been a multi-year project with a lot of changes. And with that, I'll be quiet.
So Mayor Frost, thank you for being here, I appreciate it. I have had the opportunity to be on capital planning, and I appreciate the fact that you guys came to our capital planning meeting and were willing to be grilled pretty intensely. I am going to actually request from board members at this point that we actually keep this a discussion item and move it for an action. For me, I still have a couple of unanswered questions regarding it. Some of those, things like where we are in the approval process about as far as how many other entities have approved the RDA. I have some questions about in section 8 where it talks about the property tax increase, as well as just for me, I need a better understanding of the low to moderate income guidelines. So for me, I would prefer that we keep this a discussion item at this point, although I do want to recognize that you guys have done and worked with us and been phenomenal partners, and I value that and I appreciate it. I also want to be very intentional, and that when we are making a potentially $65 million 20-year agreement, I want to make sure that all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and so for me, that's my preference at this point.
Board Member King, is it possible to, is it appropriate to ask Mayor Frost to address the board?
you're welcome. We would invite you to do that if you would like to do so, Mayor Frost. But we also don't want to put you on the spot and make it awkward, so I'll defer to your comfort level.
Orange used to scare me, not so much now. I wanted to bring up a couple thoughts. Now, first of all, what I'm going to say first is unrelated to this interval, but it's on my mind. It's when I walk in this door, and that is even with that thought, to live where you stand. And I hope that you've taken the opportunity just even to walk up here in our cemetery, because when she said that, I thought of the statue of responsibility. And how that has been ingrained in our community. So we value community partners, and working with Rob and Superintendent Farnsworth and others as we've met with them. So, but I think that our goal is to always create win-wins in everything that we do, and we've had those wins in the past. It's been almost 2 decades since we've come before you and asked for something, so we don't take that lightly. And but I think that we could perhaps go through some data or even explain it, and we can work on the fly if you would like. I feel comfortable that you know what it is, but there's maybe some things that we can better explain if you would like to do that here tonight.
I mean, I don't know what everybody else thinks. I said what I think. There's 6 other people who have thoughts.
I'm also on capital planning, so I did hear the presentation about this also. I have to say that at first I was like, oh no, we don't do housing. You can ask Rob, I was like, no, we don't do housing. But I love the idea of coming up with a way to provide an additional type of support to our teachers, and to not just our teachers, but also to police officers, or whichever other groups you guys, civil servants that are included in this. And so that's kind of made me start thinking about this a little bit more, and about like, oh well, maybe I don't want to shut that door. Maybe I want to look at this. And so, but I don't know how much information some of the other board members have had a chance to have about it, and how comfortable they might be with it. And so I do think that maybe waiting just a little bit longer might be a good idea, so that we can kind of get those final, like you said, I's dotted and T's crossed, and make sure everybody's comfortable with where we're at. So that is also my thought, that maybe we should discuss tonight, and I think it would be good to hear more information from you about the project and about all of that.
So I'm not on capital, but I am supportive now, but I'm happy to defer to whatever the majority wants to do. I'm just sharing my position.
I agree with Stacy. I read through all the documents, and I would be pretty supportive at this point, but if there are questions you need to have answered that I haven't thought of, I would love to hear you ask Mayor Frost those questions and see what he says.
I have a question, and I'm not sure who the question is for, but with this benefit to our teachers, who is the entity tracking that
We would
benefit?
we would look to do a third party and have an administrator over that benefit.
And that would be an ongoing, or would that be like the agreement, it would end at the end of the RDA?
Go ahead, Dave.
Sorry. Yes, that would be a 20-year program,
That would
just
be
like an
20.
RDA. Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to kind of get an idea of what the parameter of the program would be.
So let me just add, that agreement could be extended, modified, or those incentives could be replaced with other funding sources that either the district and the city can work on together, or work with the legislature or other entities to provide. So the term of it is 20 years, and that's what's contemplated here, but that's not to say that's not something that we couldn't work to find other ways to incent. I know how much this board wants to support teachers. So I would think that you would probably say, Superintendent, Rob, would you, if this is a successful thing, and we've got stable families and great teachers that see this as a great benefit, they're gonna come to you and say, how about extending this? Or what else are you So I don't want to close that door. There are always possibilities for us to work with great partners to take care of teachers, law enforcement, and do what's good for our community.
And Rob, I believe there's language in that that allows us to adjust and modify that given market conditions, other needs, changes that occur, so we're not tied to a 20-year agreement that needs some flexibility in 5 years from now.
Well, I just appreciate the great minds that came up with the idea. Thank you.
So I think, I hope we can communicate effectively that we love the partnership that we have with the city. And I think board members are hesitant to put you on the spot and ask you questions. But if you feel comfortable, like fielding some questions, we might be able to, answer some things now, because there's not really another good forum to have the whole board at a meeting like this. So.
I think that we should give it a shot, and I think that we feel comfortable doing that. I would add, can I add a couple other pieces of information that I've learned even since this went out, and it doesn't affect the interlocal as far as the language, but in talking with UTA, they are building 2 parking lots, one in Saratoga Springs, one in Eagle Mountain, that will bring buses to this station as well. I know of the people that come to it. I mean, pre-COVID, it was the parking lot was full. They're parking on the road, and things are coming back slowly. The ridership is coming back with the COVID, but I was unaware how they're now networking out west to bring people to this front runner station. It certainly is the backbone of the Wasatch Front, the front runner station. And talking with them as well, they're contemplating, now MAG will have to fund those parking lots, but it is high on the priority list. I sit on the MAG board, and so I'm confident those parking lots will come. And then the buses will come more frequent, and they'll just drop them off right at that front runner station. So it's really becoming a mecca, and they are contemplating one in Pleasant Grove as well, because they just can't, there's not enough surface parking. And so they're looking at different communities and how they can take advantage of that front runner hub in American Fork that we have. And so that's been kind of what we've had to deal with since it's been there. It's just trying to make the best of what it is. And a lot of thought processes have gone through there's a real sense of responsibility when you have that asset to the entire state of Utah that's right in our community. Sometimes I wish that it wasn't there. Because of that responsibility. But since it's there, we're going to take advantage of it. We're going to try to take as many cars off the road as we can. We're going to try to keep the air clean. And those are things that I've had to kind of learn along the way the last 4 to 5 years. But I think we're comfortable with, if we don't know the answer, we'll say we don't know.
You opened up the can of worms.
So I'm real likely going to.
And I will tell you that we probably won't get to the end of my questions at this one, just because I already have notes about other ones I want to ask. So I'll ask you if you just get started. So I know that there are multiple entities that need to approve this, as far as the county, AF City, North Utah County Water Conservancy, and Central Utah Water Conservancy outside of ASD. How many of those entities have already approved the RDA?
None have approved it. We have had great conversation with the commission, and I would characterize that as the last time that we met, that they are, all 3 of them are in favor of it. We're on an action item for them on the 23rd of April, 13th, excuse me, 13th of April. But one-on-one in small conversations, they have had no reservations with it except one commissioner felt like the county money should go to home ownership and not rental assistance. But they were very, very pleased with where this is at and have committed to support it.
Okay, I noticed that it talked about how there was specifically $7.6 million set aside for affordable housing, which I appreciate the fact that you guys were so willing to have that conversation with us. I know this is kind of outside the norm of what we've done in Utah County, so I very much appreciate the fact that you were willing to come to the table and even consider this. This is the point, I guess, where my math is a little bit off. When it says that we have $7.6 million set aside for affordable housing, but then when I went in and looked at the actual rental assistance and down payment assistance, it's showing that 100 employees can be assisted with rent, which is $3,000 a year, and then 20 employees could be assisted with down payments, which would be $15K. So I have that at $600K a year, which would be like $12 million. So can you help me understand the difference between the 7.6 million and what it looks like, what I'm assuming is a $12 million cost?
Yeah, I looking at that, on an annual basis, it's $300,000 over the 20 years, and that totals $6 million. So we're gonna have a third party, or at least have to pay costs to administer the program. So of the 7.6, 1.6 is administrative costs, 6 million is in direct payment.
Okay.
So that's where I think you're
Okay,
seeing a difference.
that does explain. Okay, so when you're saying either it's 100 employees being assisted with rent, that's the 300K, or it's 20 employees being assisted with 15K, which is the other 3. So it's one or the other, it's not both.
Or a mix.
Okay.
Maybe a mix.
Okay. I have lots of notes here. The other thing I talked about is that you have to qualify low to moderate income guidelines. What is that as far as like federal poverty, like what's the percentage? And I may have skimmed over this. Does that mean 200% or 400% of like the federal poverty level? Like what's the number for that one?
I believe that's in the paperwork there. There is a HUD guideline,
okay.
and so that would set the rates, the household gross income, and it depends on how many persons are in the home.
Right.
So.
Okay, and then
and by the way, that's 80%.
80%. Okay, and then do we know? I mean, obviously housing prices are nuts and construction costs are nuts. Believe me, we're very well aware of that as a district. So do you have any kind of ballpark as to what your assumption is as far as either the cost of a residence or what the rent would be as far as bar park? Because when you're saying things like, you get a $250 a month break, or is that enough, I guess, is what I'm saying. So I'm just curious as to if you guys have a ballpark figure for what you think either the apartments or the sale of those dynamics, like what the rough cost would be.
I don't know if we have exact numbers on that. It depends on what the unit is. If it's an apartment, it'll be, obviously rent would be lower. If it's gonna be a townhome or a condo, obviously it would be higher. But I would probably say in the range of $1,000 to $1,500 a month for rent.
Okay, so the other thing, when it talks about the cost benefit analysis, I'm curious as to, are you guys taking into account when you figured out the cost benefit analysis that we would probably have some student participation as far as students impacting our schools directly? Or how are you figuring out the cost benefit analysis as far as the residential impact to the district?
That's a good question, Rob. You probably know more about that impact for students.
Yeah, so let me answer the first question on the moderate income guidelines. It's on page 64 of your board docs. So if you want to pull that up, and this is the 2021, one person income 46.9, 4-person income 66.950, 8-person 88,400. And it's got a hyperlink there that you can actually take a look at the Orem-Provo metro area and HUD's guidelines. So that's the first question. The second question on the calculation, I believe it's on page table 5, if I remember right. Expenditures. If you look on page 5.2, district expenditures, it says school district expenditures 37 million. That is broken out on another table. Why am I not seeing that? It's assuming expenditures the district will have to pay for teachers, for providing services. I'm not seeing it here on the doc. It's in table 5 too, but there's a call out.
That's page 10.
Okay, let me go up. Trying to take our board docs and compare that to your.
I'm sorry.
So Rob, do you know the question I'm going to ask you next?
You always ask me the best questions.
I do ask
like
you
the one at 9:30 last
questions.
night. It was great.
Right, 9:30. Hey Rob, what about this? Okay, so when we're looking at the HUD guidelines, here's one of my concerns. when we're talking about the income limit category, one of my concerns is that based on the steps that we are taking to advance the pay for our teachers, and worried our teachers aren't going to qualify for this because we're paying them too much.
Yeah, that's
Okay, nobody laugh at that, seriously.
Julie, my response to that is yes, that's a wonderful problem to have.
Yeah, so that's my concern, is that as we tackle trying to pay teachers more, we may pay them out of this opportunity.
Possibly.
So here, if that does happen, if that is absolutely a wonderful case, then this can be opened up to other staff members. You can recruit outside of the teachers. It could be cafeteria workers, it could be anybody, just anybody.
Bus drivers.
Yeah, bus drivers. You can
Reset that. This number can be calibrated. So if the district wants this to be a different income limit, then we can adjust that. We definitely don't want to
Price people out of the whole point of retention.
incentive, right? We want them to have this incentive.
And this is why I think I would love for us just to have probably one more discussion, and I apologize that I'm sure you guys are anxious for us to pass this. I just want to make sure that we're not creating a problem and that we kind of, I worry about some of these numbers that we may, like I said, be kind of shooting ourselves in the foot. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the challenge of this is it's new, and so we're learning as we go. Typically, we don't, it's in property is given, and so it's one and done. Where this would stretch over a 20-year period, I think there just needs to be that flexibility to say, is it adjustable? Is the amount capped, but the qualifications vary? And so you've committed to this amount each year to go to this, and then we could flex those qualifications so that we get people applying for it. It's meeting the intent of the resolution. But I think there's going to be some, I think what the board is going to want is that flexibility to re-look at this as we need to. If it's not meeting our needs, how do we adjust that given the fact that it's a 20-year agreement and it's something we haven't entered into before? It sounds like there is that flexibility to say, you know, here's where the amount is, but the number of people that qualify or who qualifies for that, you say that's up to the district to determine how to best meet your needs. Is that consistent with your thinking?
Yes, because median incomes are going to change. They're going to flex over time. In 20 years, I hope they're a lot higher than they are today. And so we have to be able to adjust as we go through time on this. So this was the preliminary numbers, but they can be modified to make sure that we can give that benefit to.
And we'll need to look at that language to make sure we're comfortable with that language that allows for modification.
Yeah. I'm going to make a comment. I found the page. Your board docs, it's page 43. Here's the breakdown of school district expenditures for the Alpine School District in the assumptions made here. $38 million is for the incremental CRA budget. $29 million in general expenses. So that's our operational fund. That would be teachers, staff, etc., that we would have to hire to support the students that potentially would come. Is it going to be that? No, it won't. This is an assumption based on a certain penetration of housing units and number of people per unit and how many students potentially could come. The next category is debt service. Would there be some additional capital expenditures? Probably so. There's a really nice piece of property on Center Street in Lehigh that might need to have a school on it sometime in the future. This contemplates some of those possible expenses. An additional $1.6 million, and again, this is over the 20 years. This is not 1 year, this is over the 20 years. $1.6 million in capital outlay, $900,000 nutrition services, a couple $100,000 in the Alpine Foundation, et cetera, et cetera. That is the expense breakdown based on the assumptions, based on the number of units, the type of housing for the potential students that will come. What we have seen in some high-density units or high-density developments that we haven't seen the number of students come. So could it be less than that? Quite possibly. But that's assuming that it will have some expense, which it will. And every year we get a report from the city. We look at that, we talk about it, and if adjustments need to be made, we can make those adjustments.
So Rob, are you saying if we approve this tonight, that will be the understanding, that there will be periodic adjustments?
That's been the commitment, and it's been our tradition with American Fork City. If there was adjustments needed, we have adjusted and met together on redevelopment or tax increment projects and made adjustments.
Okay.
You heard the mayor talk about that tonight.
I move that we approve resolution 2022-011, the American Fork City Interlocal Agreement.
I second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Board Member Beeson and a second by Board Member Clement. Any discussion? Okay, I just love this for a couple of reasons. One, I like new things. I like when there are new solutions, and I love opportunities. And I think anything that helps our people get into better home situations and other things, I think is excellent. And so I am just very much in favor of this. I'm excited to see where it goes.
I'm nervous because I love the idea, but I'm nervous that we've had some significant questions brought up tonight and we don't have for sure this is what the language is, this is what the answer is yet. I would rather see that before voting.
I'm like Stacy, I'm excited to see the possibilities that we have and getting to know our police officers in our area and the benefit with school teachers and seeing what comes from this. It excites me. Just like Board Member Bateman, I feel excited that we're trying something new that I think would benefit teachers, and I do feel comfortable now. We've talked a little bit about the adjustments and that things can be adjusted in the future if need be, and I appreciate the partnership in working with American Fork City.
And I guess I just wanted to chime in on, it was interesting, at times the board, we've taken kind of a step into the dark, and sometimes our teachers have said, you may not have done the right thing, but it showed us that you care about us. And I kind of feel like this is going to send a message that is authentic, that we do care. We really do. We realize the housing difficulties for our teachers. And I hope that we're going to be partners in communicating that we do care, the city and the district, about our teachers and police.
I would like to just check with what Rob said. Is there explicit language in there, which I didn't notice when I read it, that says that there's some flexibility in wording, but we can make adjustments as we go along? Is that explicitly stated, or is it implied?
So I realize that I'm the most difficult person in the room, and I wear that title proudly. Part of the housing thing was something that Rob and I talked about a while ago. So you're not going to find a greater supporter than the affordable option, like the affordable housing, than me. I am just concerned that we get the language right. I feel like we have a great relationship with you guys. I've also learned that politics can be funny and that sometimes new people come in with new ideas. And so for me, I would rather have it confirmed in the language of the resolution, because while I feel we do have a great relationship with American Fork City, and I feel like it's not going to be an issue working with you guys on this at all, my concern is that we also generally like to come in last on RDAs. We like to make sure there's buy-in from other areas as far as the taxing entities. And so I'm not excited to jump in first. And because of my concerns about the low and moderate income guidelines that may conflict with our current negotiated schedule with our employees, I realize it would open up opportunities for some of our classified, but I want to make sure that we also have our certified people in there as well. So for me, I need a little bit more time to make sure we've got the language in place, because while we can go back and renegotiate, that doesn't mean that in 5 years someone will. And so I would rather have the language in there that protects both of us to make sure that we've got those things in place before voting that approval. That's where I stand.
And I'm gonna have to chime in with Julie. I am supportive of this idea. I think it's great. I don't think we're quite ready yet. I think that then it needs to be explicitly stated and make sure that we've protected both us and you guys, that everything's correct. And typically, like Julie said, our criteria for these types of projects is that we are not first in. And I am a little bit nervous to be first in also. So even though I love the idea, I think it's great. I absolutely think we could get to the point where I would be totally ready to vote for it. I'm not ready to do so tonight.
Okay, my question was never answered.
So I've got an answer. I'm just finding the right section. I'm waiting for a moment, not wanting to let the board members speak, but as always falls, as often falls on either the superintendent or the business administrator, I just wanted to make sure there are two sections in the interlocal agreements on page 19 of your board docs. And there's two sections. I'm going to reference item 12. Each of the parties hereto agrees to cooperate in good faith with the other, and to execute and deliver such further documents and perform such acts as may be reasonably necessary or appropriate to carry out into effect the transactions contemplated under this agreement. That's the first section I would point to. The language there basically says that we're going to work together. We're going to do what's reasonable to make sure we accomplish the end, whether it's housing for teachers and or staff or law enforcement, and or work to have a great project in our community. I agree with the mayor. The front runner station's in. We just need to get the infrastructure to get people in and out of that front runner station so it can be fully and effectively utilized. This project does that, and you would be a partner on that. The next section I'll point to is under item 14. This agreement may not be modified, changed, supplemented, or terminated, may not obligations here to be waived except by written instrument signed by the party to be charged or by its agent duly authorized in writing and otherwise expressly permitted herein. So that's basically saying we've got to do everything in writing. So the first one says we're going to do what's reasonable. We're going to make sure we accomplish the goals of the project. The second one says we're going to do everything in writing. I think there was one more, item number 18, this is page 20 in your board docs. No addition or modification or any provision containing this shall be effective unless fully set forth in writing and executed by both parties. So those are the three constructs within the agreement, leading with we're going to do what's reasonable to make sure that the priorities are the other two establish more details as to how that's going to happen.
I think specifically 18, where it talks about amendments. The amendments can happen, and they should happen when they need to happen. We need to have some flexibility. The district needs flexibility as well to meet the goals of the district. And so, to me, 18 I think is probably the most critical one, where it says, look, we anticipate amendments as needed.
I think too, it's to dot every I, cross every T. That can be very difficult sometimes, so what do you turn to? You turn to historical data. And we've had a wonderful working relationship with other CRAs, RDAs throughout the last 50 years. It's been a while since we've been in front of you, as I stated earlier, 20 years. But we have always held up our end of the bargain and always been flexible to work with the district. We've always valued that relationship. Now, there'll be other people that will fulfill shoes, your shoes, my shoes. But throughout the course of time, those relationships and that mindset has always been there. We represent, in a small way, a fraction, the same people that you represent, your students. Now, yes, it's just one city, albeit, as I've tried to describe earlier, this is not about American Fork City. This is about Saratoga Springs, Eagle Mountain, American Fork, Lehigh. Lehigh's mayor tells me his son jumps on in his car and rides over to Front Runner every day, and he can be to UVU in 11 minutes. And so So it affects a lot of other cities around us, but in good faith, we have historical relationships. I don't see that ever being different. I really don't.
Can I ask a clarifying question? If we were to make a modification in the future, would all parties have to agree to that modification, or just American Fork and Alpine District? And then secondly, what would happen if we did have a salary change like that priced some teachers out, and we couldn't come to some type of agreement because of whatever? What would happen if the dollars that Alpine has been allocated were not able to be fully used by Alpine District employees?
I'll take my first stab and you correct me. Thanks for finding section 18 too. I'm glad I caught that one. So page number 22, to answer your first question of your board docs, this is an agreement between the Board of Education of Alpine School District and American Fork City RDA. That's what this agreement is between us and them. So if we need to modify it, we modify it with them. No, this is our agreement with them.
As I referenced earlier, so the county, they're going to pass this. I've had 3 commissioners look me in the eye and say, yes, we will, or you're on the agenda. We have one commissioner that does not feel like putting in rental assistance is the best way of spending money. And so he's going to advocate for home ownership. That is an agreement that we will have separate with Utah County.
I think the challenge as I process through this would be, I'm not even sure what specific additional agreements we would enter into in terms of income levels or qualification status or employee until we get into this and figure it out. And so it's, I think having that understanding, having it written in there that it is amendable based upon conditions and situations. I don't know that we could spell it out right now because of the unique nature of this agreement that it would hold still for a significant period of time anyway. So I'm not sure what that clarification would look like other than we have the right to amend it, change it. It's an agreement between us and you. And the intent of that agreement is to provide housing assistance to our employees. We would work on who that group of employees would best benefit from that as we enter into further negotiation, make amendments to this.
I call the question.
Okay, so we have a motion to pass resolution 2022-011, the American Fork City Interlocal Agreement, with a motion by Board Member Beeson and a second by Board Member Clement. All in favor?
Excuse me, just clarifying, Board Member Hacken made the motion and Board Member Clement seconded. Excuse me, I wrote it down wrong. I didn't write the 8.
It was the wrong Sarah. Oh my gosh, I was right, Rob was wrong. Someone write that down.
I wrote down without, sorry.
It's the Sarah with the H.
Yeah.
Just add the H.
Are you gonna bold that for us, Rhonda, please?
Yeah, Rob, it's not Sarah. It's not Sarah H, it's Sarah with an H.
Okay, so with all of those things, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Nay. Not the first time we had a 6-1 vote. Thank you, Mayor Frost. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you coming here.
Would you mind giving me 2 minutes?
Oh, for sure.
That's all I ask. Not anything aside from this. Yeah, I thought that. In fact, I turned to David and I said, that's what we need. Yeah, that's good. Oh. No, I just, sitting in this side, I'm usually up here, or on this end of the room, I guess. I just wanted to, as a mayor of one of your cities, just express sincere gratitude for your service to our city, because that's who I speak for, is just my city. But I think that I know the other mayors well. I've had breakfast with them every month, and we talk a lot. But I really feel like this district, through the last couple of years, you threaded the needle, and it was difficult times navigating a pandemic. as we were trying to do the same thing with our city and keeping our staff safe and keeping the city safe, I looked at what you guys were grappling with and just one person's perspective. I think the Alpine School District just done a tremendous job at doing that because it wasn't easy. Along with that, we were dealing with civil unrest throughout the nation and it was permeating our community. But I just sincerely appreciate you putting your hat in the ring and getting in the arena. I am a product of Alpine School District, Forbes School, AF Junior High, AF High School. All of my 5 children they follow that same trend, same schools even. And now I have grandchildren, and they are entering. All of them will be, well, as they currently live, will be in Alpine School District. I couldn't be more pleased with Alpine School District and what it has done for me, for my family, and now my grandkids. I just see this perpetuating. So thank you for all that you do. Again, from a heartfelt rigor.
Thank you, Mayor Frost. Thank you. We appreciate. Okay, so next discussion. This is like a lively meeting. This is super fun. Dr. Farnsworth, the calendar.
Yes. I would invite David Stevenson to come forward. Yes. David Smith wouldn't dare bring a calendar discussion. But David Stevenson loves working on the calendar. So we appreciate him and the calendar committee. You have a copy of their work in your folder. So this is as a discussion item, not an action item. So we would welcome your discussion. David will present some information to you and clarify some points that he wants to make sure you're aware of, and then we can open it up for discussion. So thank you, David.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, board members. March is one of the best months ever. Spring arrives, and the calendar for two years from now becomes an item on the agenda. And as you all know, it can be a very highly debated item. People have opinions about calendars. First of all, I do want to mention that we have held 2 calendar committee meetings. We held those on March 2nd and March 21st. And just a shout out to our committee members. We have Julie King on the committee, along with Courtney Johnson, Cedar Valley High School principal, Aaron Barth, Viewpoint principal, Jody Dyer from Linden Elementary, and she's our Teacher of the Year this year, along with John Painter from Orchard Elementary. Carissa Little is our parent representative on the committee. She's our region PTA director. Mike Gallons, representing secondary teachers and the association. And we have 2 amazing students on our committee. Mark Preston, he's the student body president at Mountain View High School, and Mary Cummings from American Fork High School. And they helped help the committee stay kind of in line and appropriate with all of our comments. So what I'd like to do is just kind of review these 4 options that you have before you. This is that year when Christmas and New Year's falls on Monday. And I didn't think it was possible to pull off some of these options, but we have them as options. So let's review if that's okay, and then we have plenty of space on both sheets of the paper for you to put any comments you want. We have a little section at the right column for pros and cons. Some people consider some things pros and others cons. So this will be a great opportunity for no judgments, agendas, and to just be fully present in our discussion, all right? Okay, here we go. Option 1, you can see that obviously with the key that the first day of school is circled with the red circle, last day of school, red circle. Okay, option 1 and 2 are identical except for the first day and the last day of school. That's why we put them on the same sheet of paper. The first day on option 1 is the 16th.
The yellow boxes are days that students will not be present at school. And then if you look over, by the way, I want to reiterate from a couple of years ago, our survey, the top 3 things on the survey at that point were, number 1, have a 2-week Christmas break. And I think it was implied that that included 3 weekends. Second was try to end before Memorial Day. And third, start as late in August as possible. So those were the top 3 items from that survey that we did conduct. Okay, back to option 1. You can see we have the holidays, we have fall break, we have Thanksgiving holiday, and then we get to Christmas break. This one is the one that is amazing me. As I mentioned at the beginning with the Christmas and New Year's falling on Monday, I didn't think this was possible. But on this option, we have 2 full weeks with 3 weekends. So we could have a teacher work day on the 22nd, be out from, the kids would be excused half day on the 21st and not return until January 8th. Okay, and then on option 2, you'll notice that school begins a week later on the 22nd. Actually, 4 days later, it's because of the Memorial Day holiday in May. But then if you look at the end on option 2, it ends on May 31st. So that one goes after Memorial Day, which is not a top choice from that survey, but there's option 1 and option 2. I'd like us to look at option 4 next, if that's okay. Option 4 is similar with the start date and end date as option 1, and most of the other items are very
Karen,
similar.
Can you move the screen? Can you advance it, or is David, can you advance it?
I can right here. Thank you. Option 4. So on option 4, the only difference is the main difference is the Christmas holiday. And it shows that the students would have a half day on December 15th and then be out until Tuesday, January 2nd. This one also achieves that full 2 weeks of vacation with the 3 weekends, plus another day, which would be January 1st. So that one, the Christmas holiday, is 11 school days. So you can kind of see the difference between option 1 and option 4 is that Christmas break. And now option 3 is the one that has Christmas break divided. So you can see there it the kids would have the half day on December 20th and then return on January 3rd, which would only give 9 days of vacation and only the 2 weekends. We had this calendar about 5 or 6 years ago, and if you were a board member, you were on many different petitions. Your board member spaces. So that is the concern with this calendar from previous history is it's not the full 2 week Christmas vacation, which is the 1 component from our last survey. So there we have 4 options, and Stacy is chomping at the bit.
I have questions. So I see there are 178 days. Can you help me understand why? That's just my first question, by the way.
Yes.
I have additional.
Thank you. And the reason, obviously, it's 180 days, but we have the 2 comp days for parent conferences. So those 2 days count as student days because teachers stay beyond their contract time. The students and parents come to those 2 days. So 178 days is what we shoot for because of those 2 days. Is that Make sense?
Okay, and then on the, because I do, just for the record, for discussion purposes, I do love One Best. So that work day on the 22nd, is there, and I'm not sure who to direct this. Am I on the wrong one? Oh, sorry, option one.
Option one.
What day?
Oh, December 20, y'all are in my head, what is going on?
Yes.
Thank you, Amber. So my question is, and I don't know if this is a you or a superintendent question, but is there a possibility they could be given the flexibility, teachers, employees, to work from home that day? Because while I love that option best, I could see that if I had to be in school that day, the last weekday before Christmas, that might make me nervous.
Exactly, and we discussed this at length on our committee, Julie, and that one obviously is purposely put on that date. I would assume that some employees would choose to take a personal leave that day. You know, if they have everything finished, they have their grades compiled, it's the end of the term. Julie, other comments from the committee on that?
On that or on everything?
Well, on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was some debate as to, will teachers burn us an effigy if they are required to come and be in an empty building? And there were mixed opinions from employees as to what that response would be. So my recommendation, which I'm not sure if I'm jumping the gun on this, David, would be that we send out a very short, specific survey with some pieces like that. Like, would you be, you know, like, or like whether we say something like, what pieces of the calendar do you like and dislike? And then we may get different responses from employees versus we may have parents where based on their divorce decree and custody arrangements, one calendar is worse than another for, you know, splitting time over holidays or whatever. Is that instead of saying what calendar do you prefer, I think it might be better to say what pieces do you like best? Because we have some specific challenges, like for example, we can't go into June because that presents an issue for our teachers who are retiring. So there are some things that people may not understand as to why we're making decisions, but we can't go into June. And so I'm not gonna give someone an option that says, can we go into June, when that's gonna penalize our retired teachers. So I think it might be better for us to send out a specific survey that's more like that.
Definitely, and we don't want to pit like parents against teachers or so forth, but the purpose of the survey would be to gather feedback, not vote on which option.
And in light of that, I think it would be, before we send that out, would be healthy for us to vet that internally to say, does this disadvantage one classification of employee over another? Can we honor that district-wide in terms of a work-from-home situation that we would just want to be thoughtful about so that we're not creating some frustrations or some inequalities that we would have to address.
And David, when you guys discussed this as a calendar committee, was there anything that you guys brought up? I'm looking mainly at options 1 and 2 when you have kids not coming back until the 8th of January. That, from a family standpoint, most people go back to work around the 2nd or the 3rd of January. Did you guys discuss how that could be possibly problematic for families?
And yes, I mean, you look at option 1 and, well, option 1 and option 4, and some would look at that as a pro, while others would look at that as a con. Because if you look at the option 4, I mean, the kids are out on the 15th, which is a whole week before Christmas. So that's just kind of the flip side
Which
of what you're
teachers
talking
would
about.
probably love because they'd have more time to shop.
Some would love,
And
and
some-
others would love option 1. So that's why I think it's important to maybe consider, as Julie's mentioning, a survey to weigh these components out, and then we could disaggregate the information and give you, the board, that feedback disaggregated as you make the decision on which calendar we go with.
I have a suggestion for whatever survey we start to do, I heard from several teachers that when you're talking about a teacher workday near to Christmas break, they would much rather have that day be at the end of the break, so they don't have to prepare during their vacation. They could prepare, on the last day of the break rather than coming back without a prep day. So they told me they'd rather have it at the beginning, so they'd rather have it, January 5th.
You're saying do it on January 5th instead of December 22nd.
Because then you could also push the half day to the 22nd and even out second and third terms. But that's what the feedback was from some of them to me, but I could be wrong. So if we were to be able to put that on the survey, would you rather have the work day the last day of second term or the first day of third term? That might be another question to ask.
And just so you know, with the teacher work days on October 6th and February 9th, those are purposely placed there to go along with parent conferences.
So can I ask something about that too? So we schedule our own parent conferences, right? So why can we not push those to the 14th and 15th in February so that the 9th that's off would instead be the 16th and you'd have a 4-day weekend? On option 1, sorry.
Okay.
Well, actually on all the options.
Would it be appropriate for us to narrow this
Right.
down to 2 options and then run a survey?
I don't think we want to say.
Or survey on the elements?
You can run.
So I'll say some of the things that we talked about, which I don't know that are necessarily indicative on some of the calendars for people to understand. So we tried to work very carefully. So like on calendars, I guess it's 1, 3, and 4. We kept those teacher workdays after daylight savings time. So we got some feedback from some teachers and parents that they really appreciated having a teacher workday after daylight savings. So that's in several of the calendars. We talked about the SEPs on October 6th and February 9th in a lot of them. Most of the calendars, 1, 2, and 3 align with the UVU fall break, but 4 does not. So for our kiddos who are in concurrent enrollment, that might be a snag for them. So we try to look at a lot of different scenarios, taking into account A days, B days, terms, the feedback that we've received from parents. We're never going to find a perfect calendar, and there's always going to be something that works better for somebody else somewhere else. But we try to be very intentional about recognizing the feedback that we've received about how to support teachers through those SEP days, supporting parents who struggle sometimes with the daylight savings thing, making sure we're aligning with the UVU calendar to support our concurrent enrollment students. So there's a lot of pieces too that I don't think necessarily are very apparent, that were a very thoughtful process to try and hit as many needs of families and employees simultaneously. And I think it's really just going to come down to which are the pieces that are most valued.
Okay, so I also love in option 1 that the semesters are most closely balanced out of all of them. And we hear from our AG parents a lot when they are not balanced, that is not awesome. So I think that's super important. And I'm going to say something out loud that just don't throw things yet. I also got Amber's feedback that the same thing that teachers want it to be, but I got both, right? And so the work day either be right before the break and so I heard from some that were like, yes, I want to get it done so that I can just go home. But then I heard from a lot that I don't even want to think about it. And so I don't know if it's possible, if we could just give the autonomy for teachers to decide which one they want, but I have a hard time.
And here's the bottom line. There's so many different opinions that we're never going to be able to create a calendar that everyone is going to want 100%. It's just impossible, as I think we've figured out with the discussion we've had so far.
I just am really excited for this process. Something just occurred to me that I'm getting kind of really excited about. I love the survey idea for parents and teachers, but I'm wondering, could we have the school student councils come up with the recommendation for each school? You know what I mean? I just like to empower those student councils, and there's been bills that say, well, can we let students vote? I think that could be a really fun experience for those student councils if they actually went out, found a way of polling their student body, and then came to us with I like to say, I have a vision of them coming into the school board meeting and saying, here's what we think, or something like that, so that they feel like they have a part in the process. It'd just be really cool.
I think we could definitely work on that. It's interesting. I mentioned we have 2 students on the committee, and one, we kind of took a little straw poll at the end, and one of the students said which calendar he liked, and he said, I like it because I think that's the one my mom would want.
I think students voting makes me really nervous. Like, I don't want to divide or polarize anyone, but I like the intent. Just I'm nervous.
Board Member King, can you repeat the ones that align with UVU?
It's
sorry.
Option 1.
All of the ones.
Okay.
Sorry, it's all of the ones. It's the 19th and 20th. So it's 1, 2, and I believe 4, or no, 1, 2, and 3, and then 4 where it has them on the 12th and 13th. That does not align with the UVU fall break schedule.
And the reason that one's pushed a week earlier is to divide that semester, because that's the one with the Christmas break starting so early.
I have to say, if I was voting tonight, I would vote for 1 because I also like how semester 1 and 2 are more even. I think when we're looking at other calendars that have 14 school days different, we do have a lot of things that happen at the end of the year that don't happen at the beginning of the year, like ACT Day or go look at college's day or graduation, all those things. But 14 days is a big difference between a first semester class and a second semester class that are the same class.
So I guess the question is, and we're just discussing this tonight, we need to give staff some direction. Are we supportive of sending this back to DLT for them to create a survey that's vetted through and then communicate that out to our patrons or our employees so that we can get information about the pieces of the calendar that are most essential to all those who participate?
The survey would go out to parents and teachers?
Yes, that it would go out to parents and teachers.
Our last survey actually went to secondary students too.
Yeah, so and if we wanted to go to secondary students as well, that's the way we can get student feedback. Are we supportive of sending this back to DLT? I mean, we're not taking an official vote for this discussion, but I want to make sure we're clear with staff about direction. So are we generally supportive of that occurring going forward? Okay, it looks like you got enough head bobs that you're thumbs up, David. Thank you.
Oh wait, I have a kid. Sorry. Could part of that be though, like talking about if schools can have some flexibility on that teacher workday Christmas thing? That's all I want.
We'll definitely we'll talk about it tomorrow in DLT and see what the possibilities are.
David, I'm wondering.
I mean, I do like that idea of moving it to that January 5th, as Amber mentioned, as a possible component.
The last time you did a survey, what element surfaced to the top?
2-week Christmas break with 3 weekends, by far.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. So appreciate you. Okay, so it is now time for board member and superintendent reports and informational items. So do you want to just go down the line? Board member Bateman, do you have any informational items or things you would like to share?
Heck yes. My two friends who are here, and the thousands who are watching at home. So last week, Julie and I went to the literacy conference, and I think I got a lot more takeaways in areas that I didn't expect. And I just wanted to share a couple of the most significant. One was during the opening keynote, the presenter had given a talk to your partner and share. And because we were both furiously writing, like our talk did not happen immediately, but as soon as everybody else erupted, we both just kind of stopped and looked, and there was so much discussion, it sounded like rain on a tin roof, like pouring rain. Like it was the most amazing thing, and I think it's been 2 or 3 years since this conference has been able to be in person. And so it was just, I don't know, just reinforcing the value and the importance of being able to get together as educators and talk with people. I made a new friend, Principal Westwood, who I really enjoyed my conversation with him. And I think because with letters this year and just the focus on literacy, I was able to just kind of see some things that maybe I hadn't thought about before. I mean, I have said in numerous places that sometimes you need to get out of your environment and have an experience with someone else. And so just as we were talking with people from different places, and Kelly Gallagher, is that what I'm thinking of? I enjoyed his work in general, but I don't know, it just kind of gave me things to think about, like as board members, right? And what are things that we can do to support this? What are things that are communicated clearly to parents? What maybe aren't? And so I think that for me, the value in this was just being able to talk through some different things I mean, there were several breakouts where both Julie and I would say, turn to the partner and say, so I'm not actually a classroom teacher, I'd love to hear from you. We may have been the only two not teachers or leadership, oh no, there were like 4 librarians. So it was a great opportunity just to hear from other people and listen to what other districts are doing. And I think anytime that we have that opportunity, it's magical. So thank you for that. And I had something else I was going to share, not the literacy conference, but I don't remember.
Board Member Hacken. Last week and this week, we have been going around with the Alpine Foundation and giving the Excellent Teacher Awards. And I am on that board, so I had an opportunity to read all of the applications, all of the descriptions. And I want to just tell the public that was a very hard thing to just choose a few. They are all so good. And as we've gone out, it's just a joyous process to see the children, the spouses, the families, and to see the teachers. And I would just like to assure the public, Alpine School District your children are in good hands. We have good teachers who are working really hard and who absolutely love what they do, and they love the kids, and you can see it in their classrooms, on their faces, everywhere you go. So that has been just such a delight to be able to participate in that.
Dr. Farnsworth?
I would like to go back and to Rob and let him share some recent recognition that came to our business services team, an award that they have some consecutiveness going with. So, Rob, do you mind sharing that with the board and the public?
Well, I thought Board Member King was intentionally avoiding me since I questioned her, and I didn't put my glasses on to read. So let me just humbly apologize for the second time. I'm so sorry. But 2 things. First of all, we received notice from the American School Board Association, Association of School Business Officials International, that our CAFR, or also known as our ACFR, that's the new name because CAFR has a different connotation these days than it used to, was reviewed and received its highest award nationally for excellence in financial reporting. This is the 39th consecutive year. And just would like to publicly thank Steve Reese, Robert Boyer, and our team for their good work in putting that together. So pretty dang exciting. The other thing I wanted to share is we were in the market selling bonds today to finance a new elementary school, a transportation facility, and to get ready for a middle school that we need to build soon. The results of that, we issued bonds. Wells Fargo was the low bidder on the refunding bonds at 2.74%. And in the last 4 weeks, we've seen an unprecedented market correction. Unprecedented. I've never seen it in my 28 years in public finance. Our financial advisor had mentioned that they hadn't seen something like this in 40 years. but 2.74, not quite as good as what we got last November at 0.7 something and 0.85, but still 2.7 for those bonds. The refunding bonds shortened the term by from 9 years to 3 years. And what that allowed us to do is to prepare for a future bond and layering in that debt without a tax rate increase. Gives us more flexibility to meet the needs of our public and keep our tax rates low. And then for the LBA, JP Morgan was the winning bidder, and the interest rate on that, again, because it carries one notch lower because it's subject to annual appropriation, that was 3.11. And the cover bid on that was 3.26. And so as we as a team were meeting, it was really an extraordinary bid for a lease revenue transaction in today's market. So we were really pleased with both of those things. So thank you.
Rob, just to make the board aware, as you work with our financial team or consultants, do they anticipate significant more volatility with those rates as we look for a possible bond, board going for general obligation bond this fall, and then it would be on the bond market?
We do. We talked about that as a team. In our modeling, we'll adjust our interest rate assumption up. But again, one of the reasons we refinanced and restacked principles to create more of a gap, anticipating higher interest rates moving forward, still to keep that tax rate flat or coming down.
Thank you. I do not have any other items.
Thank you, Dr. Farnsworth. So I just wanted to share a quote. Actually, it came up several times in the literacy conference that board member Bateman and I were attending last week. It's a quote by Doug Fisher. It says, "Every student deserves a great teacher, not by chance, but by design." And I think it's one of the things that we do well in ASD is that we find phenomenal teachers and they are committed to our students, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. And just the opportunity that we had to rub shoulders with amazing people. There were several times where I felt like I feel like sometimes one of the things about being a board member is you get to look behind the curtain, whether that's with transportation or warehouse or surplus or with our techs or our secretaries or our custodians. You get a little peek into some of those pieces that I think the public doesn't see. And I'm incredibly grateful for the commitment that our people have across the board to do good for our students.
I apologize for taking a little bit of a more personal comment, but I actually attended the funeral for my cousin's son this morning, who died of suicide, and my cousin's about the same age as me, and so for some reason it just hit me emotionally. And as I was thinking about this, I was also reflecting on some kind of hard things that have happened for some members of our community. The legislature just overrode the governor's veto of a ban on transgender women participating in sports. I know that it may be a small number of people who are affected by that, but it actually affects a large number of people who are already feeling marginalized, that now it's one more thing, one more straw on the camel. And I guess the feeling I had based on those two events was, I think this is a great time to be a little kinder to those around us, to look a little more closely at people that may feel marginalized or discouraged, and to make sure they know that they have supporters and that there are people that care about them. So maybe not related to any committees, but it's something I was feeling strongly today.
Yesterday, I was invited to go spend some time with some third grade students and celebrate a bus driver. And I think I told some of you that 2 weeks ago we had a bus incident where a group of third graders from Barrett Elementary were headed to go see Matilda, the play, up near Salt Lake, and the bus blew a tire on the freeway. And it was kind of a scary incident. And the bus driver said he pulled over, it was the rear driver's side, and he said he could see the tread just floating back. And it was pretty bad. And anyway, it could have been really horrific. It really could have been scary. He ended up pulling on the left-hand side of the road and called the garage, and they got people out there, and they got a police escort, and he was just saying to the kids, look how important we are, you know, and they were singing, I think, The Wheels on the Bus, and I think a new verse was, the tire on the bus goes pop, no tread, pop, no tread, or something like no tread, pop. And anyway, the kids thought that was great, but what was really neat is, well, they missed the play, first off, and that was kind of sad, but the parents that were the chaperones and the teachers said the kids were thrilled because they found this park that they'd never been to. It was a lovely day, and they just played, and had such a terrific time, and everything was positive. The parents got back and said, you know, that bus driver, that could have, number one, been really bad, but two, he was so calm, and he was so comforting to the kids. And what was really touching yesterday is they had him come, and the parents, with their own volition, they went ahead and bought over $300 worth of gift cards and fun things in a basket to give this to the bus driver, and he was so touched. But what was really cute was Mrs. Nadler said, you know, how did you feel when you were on the bus? And it was so cute to hear little responses of, he made me feel safe, and, you know, I knew everything was going to be okay. And I just thought, you know, those bus drivers know that they have a huge responsibility of transporting everyone's loved ones on those buses. And it was such a delight to be with such great kids, and they were so excited. He was just so touched. And it's just so nice when you hear the good stories and the good things that happen. And so grateful for bus drivers, and especially for Tom, the bus driver tonight.
So I just got back from chaperoning the tour, and it rained a lot in California yesterday, but we'll just, let's get past that. But what I wanted to talk about was, it's the second tour I've been able to chaperone this year, and I'm just so grateful for the parents that are willing to pay for the privilege to supervise 100 teenagers for multiple days, the teachers and staff members who come on those trips, who, you know, something funny always happens, and you always have something you have to take care of that you didn't anticipate, and it's just such a great experience for those kids. We were able to, on our way to California, we stopped at Dixie State, and I've totally forgotten the choral director's name there, but he did a clinic for the kids, and it was an exceptional opportunity for them. And I really, really enjoyed him talking to them, not just about singing, but also about the importance of continuing their education after they graduated. And he said, of course I want you to come here, but if you don't, you know, make sure you go somewhere, and that the purpose of education is for you to learn to love learning and to learn to be a learner. And I thought, a lifelong learner. And then we went on the next day to a festival that we were performing at, and it was in, I think, a Baptist church. I'm not sure where we performed, and we got to watch these groups from all over the place come and perform, and that was really fun. And then, of course, when we went to the awards ceremony that night, I guess Skyridge was there also, which was fun. But I don't want to add that detail that Skyridge took first and we took second. But we did win the Spirit Award, so we won second, and we're good sports. Just kidding. Okay, I mean, no, we are, but just teasing Stacy. But my takeaway was that, first of all, like I said, it rained a lot yesterday. But what an incredible opportunity for our students to have not just parents, which I really so appreciated. It's not an easy task to take care of somebody else's kids for 5 days, somebody you don't know and you don't know the kids, take care of them for 5 days, but also, just like I said, our staff members and our teachers for being willing to help facilitate these kinds of opportunities and the growth that comes. And like I said, I really appreciated that choral director at Dixie State. He did a really phenomenal job with them, and so I would highly recommend him if our other groups are looking for someone good to do a clinic with.
Just wrapping up, I'll turn on my mic. I serve on the Teaching and Learning Committee, and I just wanted to highlight a new hire that they have put in place, a coordinator of libraries and instructional media. And I'm excited for this position. I think the hire has been made, correct? Can I say the name? Stephanie Jones is our new coordinator. And the purpose of this position will be to work with our librarians to coordinate their work and professional learning to support what we are doing in our schools. The other supports will include developing resources for implementing library standards, library collections, book challenges, and other vital library needs. So I think that this will be a position that will work into our overall plan for transparency and with our instructional materials and other media materials that are going to be available in our schools. So I think this is great news for us and our public to better serve our students and learning. I also want to report, this is just public knowledge, but our state school board has become, in this last session, in 2020, became a partisan race. And this was done in kind of the let's see what happens mode. And I just want to let our public know that through this process, we have lost some very good board members, and specifically Scott Hansen, I want to mention, who was an excellent state school board member, has been eliminated and will not be a choice that our public has in November. And I mourn that loss. Thank you.
So we do have need of closed session. So do I do a motion first for closed session? I mean, we have need for closed session for personnel, property litigation, and collective bargaining. Do we need to do a motion?
I move that we adjourn to go to a closed session for personnel, litigation, property acquisition,
et cetera,
et cetera.
Okay, so we have a motion by Board Member Beeson and a second by Board Member Hacken, and we need to do a roll call. So Board Member Wilson.
Aye.
Board Member Bonner.
Aye.
Board Member Beeson.
Aye.
Board Member Clement.
Aye.
Board Member King. Aye. Board Member Hacken.
Aye.
Board Member Bateman.
Aye.
We are adjourned into closed session. Thank you all for sticking it out. We appreciate you.